Red Leg Volume 3, narrated by Forrest Job. While we ranting and raving about gats, nigga, they made them gats. They got some shit that'll blow out our backs from where they stay at. Andre 3000, Babylon. Fiction. I only remember half of my life. Thank you to everybody in Fire Squadron 2nd Striker Cavalry Regiment. If you ain't Cav, you ain't shit. Rest in peace, Randy Johnson, Duha Tran, and all the homies from 2SCR that didn't make it home from Operation Iraqi Freedom, 07 to 09. Shout out to the ones that did make it home but died from their injuries, as well as the ones that took themselves out because of the war in their heads. Thank you to my wife, my brother, my mom, and my grandma. To my kids, I love you. It sucks that we don't have a relationship right now. Maybe one day we will, or maybe we won't. Everything happens exactly how and when it's supposed to. If you're a veteran reading this and are struggling with your mental health, check out psychedelic therapy. It has helped me a lot during my journey. Hopefully, my story will inspire you to tell your story. Be great and enjoy this book. Nothing is real. Nothing feels real. Life comes across as real until you do something unreal. Everything about going to Iraq didn't feel real. We rolled out of Vilsec in a blur. I remember the weight of my bags more than the words people said. Last smoke, last meal, last bullshit formation. They loaded us onto the buses in silence, boots scraping pavement, rifles slung, eyes alert. Some of us cracked jokes, not because we were relaxed, but because we were scared. It's what we did. Jokes were armor. I sat by the window and watched Germany pass by. Green hills, cows, fields like a damn postcard. Felt like I was watching a movie about someone else's life. Maybe I was. Before joining the army, I had never touched a gun. Now I was riding 4.5 hours with a brand spanking new M4 carbine rifle propped up between my legs. Muzzle down, of course. My rifle made me feel cool. Even though the M16 was more accurate than the M4, it did not look as cool. M4 built better for close quarters combat. That's the type of war we would be fighting. American arrogance is a hell of a drug. The United States was big white cock deep in 2 brown countries. It didn't look too good in Iraq or Afghanistan. That tends to happen when you destabilize 2 countries. Just thinking of how the United States was able to pull off 2 whole scam wars still blows my mind. I am glad our deployment orders switched to Iraq. Never been to Afghan, but heard it super sucked. Some of the guys told me that Afghan made Iraq look like an all-inclusive resort. Do you know why we were in Iraq? Do you know why we were in Iraq? Do you know why we were in Iraq? Because we didn't. Just follow the money. Some of that money paid for my shiny new M4. Traded in my musket for something fancier. Something more effective for an up-close and personal fight. Bush decided to have a buy one, get one sale on wars. According to Colin Powell, Iraq had plans to cook up weapons of mass destruction. As usual, Americans went along with what they were being sold. Some people protested. It's hard to take protesters seriously when they pass up homeless people to get to the rally. The January 6th folks were about that action, though. War does not touch Americans in the way it used to. Nobody got snatched up in a draft for my war. Parted ways with my humanity when I received my new M4. Uncle Sam sent me and the homies to fight sand niggas in Iraq in the name of democracy. Geopolitical beef never makes sense. Shock and awe. Saddam Hussein got snatched up. Iraqi army got the boot. Red, white, and blue committing a lot of war crimes. Recipe for disaster. Operation Iraqi Freedom was not going well. The Bush administration replaced Iraq's dictator with a dysfunctional government. Basic services were not being provided. Unemployment numbers went all the way up. It did not take long for things to get out of control. To add more fuel to the fire, Sunni and Shiite Muslims decided to go to war. Sunni and Shia are the Bloods and Crips of Islam. They had enough energy to fight each other and us at the same time. Before getting to Iraq, we heard wild stories about it. Just think of the wild, wild West, but replace Indians with Arabs, lawless on all sides. The Americans were lawless with one hand tied behind their back. I wish we could bomb that bitch into a glass parking lot. The U.S. had the means to. You're either getting a strong defense or universal health care. We're not getting both. Unfortunately, the Geneva Conventions kept America from pulling out its expensive dick and really fucking a country. Uncle Sam has all kinds of toys, could not use them all. Which is why it was a big reason why Iraq was not a quickie. Al-Qaeda, the next contestant. Just like with any smaller and less equipped force, guerrilla warfare is option number one. You will get tired before they will. They want it more than you. It is their home turf. America is always playing away games. Enemy blended in. Enemy strapped bombs to retarded people. Called them suicide vests, S-vests. Enemy used American artillery shells to make improvised explosive devices, IEDs. Those were the top killers. Enemy had snipers. Enemy had mortars and rockets. Rumors were coming out that enemy hung chicken wire from overpasses. The objective was to cut off the heads of soldiers standing in gunner's hatch. U.S. forces and the coalition of the willing had lost control of Iraq. General David Petraeus swooped in. Yeah, the same dude that got in some hot water over pillow talk. The Petraeus scandal was a series of events that garnered strong media attention when an extramarital affair between retired four-star general and then director of the Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, David Petraeus and Paula Broadwell, became public information. Pussy always be a nigga's downfall. Way before the scandal, General Petraeus turned things around in Iraq using counterinsurgency. He wanted to run a full-court press in both theaters. That required bodies to fuel America's war machine. Army deployments extended from 12 to 15 months. Soldiers got an extra $1,000 for every month they went over a year in Iraq or Afghanistan. Uncle Sam made some halftime adjustments. Petraeus wanted soldiers off of forward operating bases, FOBs, and living amongst the Iraqis. Units were tasked to build joint security stations, JSS, and contingency operating bases, COB. These fortified positions were set up in Iraqi towns. Often, somebody's house was picked to be occupied. Factories worked too. Uncle Sam did not give a fuck about what you had going on. Mission first, bitch. Army brigades got to the 12-month mark and received bad news. 3 more months in the shit. Brigades had to turn around mid-flight. 2nd Infantry Division out of Korea fell into the deployment rotation. Korea was a hardship tour because you could not bring your family. Soldiers did 1 year, then got to pick the duty stations of their choices. Up until the surge, Iraq and Afghan deployments were left out of the Korea experience. Uncle Sam needed more bodies. To close out the summer of 2007, 2nd Stryker Cavalry Regiment left for Iraq. Operation Iraqi Freedom, OIF, 07-09. 4-hour bus ride to Ramstein. First leg of the trip. Deployments for soldiers. E4 and below sucked. For the first few years of your Army career, you get treated like a bitch. If you do not like it, then get promoted. I wore private first class rank for a year and a half. That was a long time to be a bitch. A bitch rolling in shit because shit rolled downhill. I got tasked with baggage detail. There I was, throwing out bags from under bus. We arrived at Ramstein Air Force Base. Bus pulled in front of old hangars, turned into temporary dorms. Got off bus, fell into formation, Given orders. Fell out with rest of privates on baggage detail. Bags dispersed and collected. Grabbed mine. Found bunk. Chief Rob picked out bunks for our squad. It consisted of Chief Rob, Coop, Romero, Lepore, Hahn, me, and Bell. The plane that was assigned to us was stuck up in Ireland dealing with mechanical issues. More waiting. Our dinner came in vacuum-sealed bags. Came with a sandwich, drink, fruit cup, nuts, and a dessert. Just chilled after dinner. Some played spades. I watched OZ on my portable DVD player. Lights out, lights on, morning hygiene. Put on AC Us. Formation. Ate breakfast. Formation. Waited for buses to take us to flight line. Buses came, we boarded. Smoke Rod took a head count. Arrived at flight line. Got off bus. Front-loaded my assault pack and rifle. Long line of soldiers from bus to plane. Line moved slow. Somebody took a picture of Corporal West and me with my digital camera. I took pictures of soldiers walking upstairs as we boarded plane. Then it was my turn to walk upstairs. One step at a time, reach top. Looked back and down to see where I started. Long line of soldiers behind me, greeted by flight crew, walked down aisle. Plane filled from back to front, no window seat for me. Put my rifle under seat, put my assault pack in overhead bin, pulled out a couple of XXL magazines. Reading about rap and listening to rap on my iPod were assigned the job of holding my attention during the 5-hour flight. Full flight. A flight full of soldiers, plane fully boarded. Flight attendants demonstrated while instructions played. Plane slowly rolled to where it would be taking off. Plane sped up, wheels up. Read, listened to music, and made small talk with soldiers next to me. Flight attendants passed out meals, collected our trash after we finished. The energy shifted about an hour from our destination. As the plane descended, the temperature ascended. 90 degrees after midnight is crazy to think about. I could not believe that a place could be that hot that late. Plane landed. Welcome to Ali Al Salem Air Base. I already knew what I would be doing when I got off the plane. Deployment barely started, and I figured that being a private was going to suck way worse than it did back in garrison. Deployment sucked. Being a private sucked a lot. 2 sucks together, super sucked. Embrace the suck. Plane stopped, doors open, pulled my assault pack from overhead bin, grabbed rifle from under seat, walked up aisle. The flight crew thanked me for my service and wished me luck. I was going to need more than luck. Blow dryer blew hot air in my face as soon as I stepped out the door. I paused for a second, was not ready for ridiculous heat during crackhead hours. Took in a breath and walked downstairs. Why the fuck was it so hot? Formation, information, baggage detail. Sweating when the sun is down is no fun. My balls and ass crack were sweaty. No fun, no sun, but still hot. Loaded bags on bus. Boarded bus. Smoke Rod took a count. Camp Buehring, Kuwait, our next stop. It took an hour to get there. Dark out. Did not know if there was a latrine on bus. My bladder started to hurt. My deployment was not starting off fun. Arrived at Camp Buehring. Stopped at a checkpoint. Bus parked in the unloading area. My eyes fixated on Porta-Johns. Unloaded bus. I found Chief, stood at parade rest. Told him I needed to piss. He told me to hurry up. Taking a leak after holding it for a long time feels like a long orgasm. Artificial light came through vents. Read writing on wall. Shook penis. Got myself right. Jogged out to baggage detail. Formation. Top told us to grab our shit and go to our tent. Did what we were told. White light, black sky, and tan everything else. Main 3 colors. Found tent. Went inside. Rows of green cots. Coop had reserved enough cots for our section. Put my gear on my cot. Hungry. Went to McDonald's with the crew. Always had to have a battle buddy with me. It could have been Lepore or Han. Ordered food. We sat. We ate. I could tell the slight difference in a familiar taste. They used a different kind of oil. Whatever oil got used, it must have been a laxative. Ran right through us. Back in Porta John reading wall art. Balat loves sack lunch. Stopped at AT&T call center. Called Mom. Called Mickey. Let them know I made it safe. Heard my baby's voices. I missed them. I wondered what she was up to. Mickey and the kids were staying at her mom's place. Things were not good between us. I was not happy about her having another nigga's baby. Then trying to lie about the pregnancy. Telling me that she was a surrogate and the family did not want the baby. Stuck with the baby. How clever. TRICARE paid for the birth. I had to put that information in the back of my mind. Mission first. Walk back to tent. Organize gear. Set up cot. Grabbed shower stuff. Battle buddy and me to the shower trailers. Thank God. Hot water. There would be times when there was no hot water or no water at all. Crapshoot. Felt clean. Walked to tent. Long day. I was so tired. Was out as soon as my head hit pillow. The Army teaches you how to sleep with limited space. Not a lot of room on a cot. Cots close together. Kept my duffel bag and gear under my cot. Woke up early but not super early. Dawns in the desert are beautiful. Grabbed my hygiene bag and a battle buddy. Open door. Tan sand everywhere. Tan tents everywhere. Walked to white shower trailers. Brushed teeth. Washed face. Went back to tent. Had to be strategic trying to maneuver around my cot. Didn't want to bump into anybody or hit my shin on corner of cot. Tucked PT shirt into PT shorts. Put on PT shoes. Walked out to accountability formation. Looked to my right. Still had a ways to go to get to Chief Rob's spot. At least I wasn't all the way to the left of my section. Chief Rob, Coop, Rome, me, Han, Lepore, Bell, and Moore made up the squad. Since we would be doing infantry shit in Iraq, we went from sections to squads. Once Top Dotson finished talking, PT started. Easy 3-mile run. Since it had been around a week since we did PT, so nobody was trying to go hard. Sand as far as the eye could see. Ran back to tent. Changed. Went to chow with my squad. That is where I got introduced to some of the best dining facilities DFAC, the Army, had to offer. Halliburton, the main contractor for the military, which included DFACS and laundry. Halliburton knew how to cut costs and hire third country nationals. We called them TCNs. The omelets were super fire. Chef's kiss. The female soldiers and food looked equally as beautiful. I didn't know when I would be feeling pussy again, so I enjoyed the view. Finished my food, went back to tent for another formation. First few days we went to classes. Classes that taught us how not to get our heads blown off in the first 100 days. Got a book called First 100 Days. Very informative. Our enemy was very smart. IEDs were their main weapon of choice. Insurgents used what they had, planted them quick, used trash to hide, detonated with cell phones, pressure plates, and tripwires. To counter these methods, the Duke was used, a mechanism on each Humvee or MRAP. Oh yeah, I'm not going into detail about all this shit, because it's boring. If you want to know what this stuff is, do your Googles. The Duke sent out an electric signal to jam cell phones. Some Humvees used mine rollers. Each Humvee was equipped with a rhino. That's another thing you're going to have to look up. Classes were dry. Fought to stay awake. About 3 days in Kuwait, we went to the range. A bus picked us up, in full battle rattle. Tight ride. Looked outside. I saw camels in the distance. Arrived at range. I empathize with the fruit of Islam. Them brothers be on the corner in three-piece suits selling bean pies and final calls. Even though it was early, that sun worked well. Worked too well while I wore long sleeves, pants, Kevlar vest with plates, knee pads, elbow pads, boots, and helmet. Picked up my ammo, zeroed rifle, brass and ammo check, back on bus, back to Camp Buring. My time didn't belong to me. Peace, quiet, and doing nothing were luxuries. Everything that didn't involve completing some sort of task or training for Uncle Sam were luxuries. Sat around and waited for your name to be called so you could do something productive. Life with Uncle Sam was like a life with a black mom. Uncle Sam couldn't stand watching you do nothing. Wash some baseboards, boy. Practice tactical movements, boy. Train so that when the shit hit the fan, you could fall back on your training. Evenings in Kuwait were the best. All day, I looked forward to the oppressive sun going down, dinner chow, internet, and phone time. Never alone. Always went to those places with at least one other person. The AT&T phone center is where I went to call home. Sit down. Wooden partitions. Pick up the phone. Input calling card number. Dialed a number. Heard the familiar voice of Mickey, Mom, or Dad. I don't think I ever talked to my brother while I was away. The heat wasn't the only thing that my body needed to adjust to. A purple rash developed around my right ankle, and it caused swelling. I felt pressure around my ankle when I took a step. I thought a spider bit me in my sleep. Didn't see a bite mark, though. Showed Chief Rob. He told me to go to sick call with a battle. I probably went with Romero. Medic checked me in. Female physician assistant checked me out. Felt good to be in the presence of a woman. She didn't know what I had. It wasn't a spider bite. Good news. Most likely my skin had a bad reaction to the new environment. I got light duty. Got to stay back in the tent and be laid up in my cot. Never felt more lazy or useless. I wasn't supposed to be on my feet, so a plate of food was brought to me. This only lasted 1 or 2 days. Back to work, nigger. Kuwait got old quick. Camp Buring could be compared to county jail. A place where you sat and waited until you got your assignment to big boy prison. Watching OZ during my downtime was cool and all, but I didn't travel all that way just to watch OZ in a tent. OZ reminded me that I never wanted to spend a day in prison. We spent about 3 weeks in Kuwait. When the 3rd week came around, squadrons from my regiment started making the push north. Our vehicles made the trip by train. Stories were coming back that our vehicles were being shot at during the journey. Shit started to feel like it was getting real. Infantry squadrons went in first. Fire squadrons turned. Packed up my bags the night before. Woke up to a 90-degree morning. Stacked our bags outside and waited for bus to arrive. Bus arrived. Put bags under bus. Took bus from Camp Buring back to Ali al-Salem Airport. Got to the airport as the sun went down. Had to be there 3 to 5 hours before wheels up for the manifest. This flight was different. Suited and booted in full battle rattle. Bus arrived to flight line. Put our bags on pallet to be strapped down. Front loaded my assault pack. Loaded on to C-130. Picked up a bottle of water on the way in. Sat across from Lepore. I took a picture of him. Tight fit as everybody squeezed in. Pallet loaded after everybody boarded. Plane ramp closed. Red light illuminated inside of plane. C-130 slow rolled to main runway. We looked at each other as the plane accelerated. My stomach got lighter during liftoff. Next stop, Baghdad. Flight lasted about an hour and 15 minutes. To avert the risk of getting shot down by a surface-to-air rocket, the C-130 did a combat descent. That shit woke me up out of my sleep. It felt like a mid-air roller coaster ride. Couldn't wait for it to end. Plane leveled out. landed soon after, arrived at the green zone in Baghdad, got up, walked down the ramp, grabbed our bags off pallet. We were led to a staging area, more waiting. How the fuck could it still be so hot at the end of the night? The hot light was on and my body cooked under the weight of my bags. Sat around, talked to pass time. Then we got quiet. Heard the sound of two Chinooks in the distance. Couldn't see them, but could see their flashing lights. Blades got louder as they got closer, felt the air that their blades pushed towards us. Birds landed. We stood up, picked bags, duffel bag on back, assault pack on front, felt all the weight with every step, loaded Chinooks, put duffel bag on floor near my feet, ramp closed. Green light illuminated inside. Bird lifted off. 20-minute flight from Green Zone to Taji. No combat descent this time. Chinook landed, ramp lowered, so fucking hot. Picked up duffel, so fucking hot. Felt like a blower dryer blowing down on me. That's how we arrived. Dropped off like a package. The air smelled like diesel and dust. My balls were sweaty. Walked off the tarmac. Loaded our bags on a truck and hopped in. The trucks took us to where we'd be living. No more tents. I started out my deployment living in luxury. Well, that's what us were considered. Luxury living compared to tents. us were short for containerized housing units. Metal box-style living quarters used all over Iraq and Afghanistan. Basically, 8 by 20-foot shipping containers turned into mini barracks. The basic of the basic. Each one came with a door, a window, and an AC unit. Each one had enough space for 1 to 3 soldiers, based on the setup. As usual, I was fortunate and got assigned to a 2-man room. Walls were thin so you could hear what was going on in the attached unit. Each CHU sat on concrete slabs or raised wood platforms. You were blessed with enough privacy to not lose your mind. Wall lockers split the room in half. Belle was my roommate. Lucky me. Latrines and showers were in their own trailers. We had to walk to them. Our us were surrounded by concrete T-walls, HESCO barriers, and sandbags. Bunkers were located nearby. Just in case there was a mortar or rocket attack, we had to get to the bunkers quick. Bunkers didn't guarantee complete safety. A story floated around about a mortar that bounced into a bunker and killed a couple of soldiers. If that happened, then they were destined to die that way. Super tired, but had enough energy to unpack my bags, shit, and shower. Then bed down. Fell asleep to the sound of the AC motor. The hardest time of a deployment is the first 90 days. When you go to prison, you only serve 2 days. The day you go in and the day you get out. During a combat deployment, you do every single day. First 90 are the hardest, because you have to come to terms with the fact that you weren't going anywhere for 15 months. I have never been to prison, but I'm sure that mental hump is similar. Getting over that hump was harder because you had to watch a whole group of people leave. 2 SCR was taking over for 3rd Brigade 2nd Infantry Division. 2 ID left for Iraq soon after 2 SCR left for Germany. Training with a group of guys for a little over a year and a half before deploying to Iraq or Afghanistan was practically unheard of during those days. That time together made our bond stronger. The other hump you had to get over in your mind was the idea that every day a group of people were going to try to kill you. Sunnis and Shias were beefing. They possessed enough energy to fight each other and us at the same time. Their unofficial civil war peaked between 2006 and 2008. On February 22, 2006, the Al-Askari Mosque, a major Shia shrine in Samarra, was bombed. This triggered massive sectarian violence. After that bombing, retaliation killings, bombings, and ethnic cleansing between Sunni and Shia groups exploded across Iraq. 2006 to 2007 were the bloodiest years. Baghdad and surrounding areas especially turned into brutal battle zones. The U.S. launched the troop surge in 2007 to try to stabilize the situation. Technically, it wasn't a declared civil war, but on the ground, it absolutely functioned like one. Neighborhoods were ethnically cleansed, militias like the Mahdi Army, Shia, and Sunni insurgent groups waged all-out street battles, and civilians were often the main targets. The insurgents were ruthless. They did not give a fuck how they were going to accomplish their kills. Bitches and retards wore suicide vests, walking weapons. In our minds, if the enemy posed a threat, we didn't give a fuck if they were 5 or 55. They were getting smoked. Not humping was the hardest mental hump to get over. If I liked Bussy more than pussy, that wouldn't have been a problem. If I had more rank, getting some pussy wouldn't have been that hard. General Order Number 1 was also in place. Local pussy and higher-ranked pussy were off limits to me. Being married didn't help either. We weren't allowed to have porn either. I covered my walls with King magazine covers, though. Shout out to Corrine Steffens, Gloria Velez, and Melissa Ford. Didn't get thrown into the fire the first week. They mostly involved briefings. My squad would go to chow with each other. Took about 10 minutes to walk from our CHUs to CSM Cook DFAC. Third country nationals made some of the best omelets I tasted in life. I'd always get egg white omelets with ham, cheese, onions, and green peppers. Chef's kiss. Food and staying connected to the world were essential. About a half-a-mile walk from CHUs to Command Post, CP. The computer and phone center were located in the same compound. The first night I went, it was crowded. Soldiers from 137 were there. Their workload decreased significantly, so they had plenty of time for the internet and calling home. 32ID prepared to go home. We prepared to take over. My squadron took over for 137 Field Artillery. We met with who we would be replacing. It was good to reconnect with some of the guys I went to basic with. We got drunk together in their barracks back in Lewis. They went to Iraq. We went to Germany. Linked back up in Iraq. The youthful look I remembered seeing in their eyes was gone. My brothers had seen a lot. You could see it in their eyes. You could see it in their dusty uniforms. Eyes never lie. Uniforms don't lie either. They showed me what I would be looking forward to. Right seat rides and left seat rides were key parts of relieving the outgoing unit in place. Right seat rides were like a police ride-along experience. The incoming unit filled the role of passenger to observe, absorb, and learn. Outgoing unit continued to lead missions. They taught us about their area of operation, AO, local personalities, patterns, and local threats. We were briefed on routes and IED hotspots, local power dynamics, civil affairs projects, tactics, techniques, and procedures. Think of it as a very short battlefield internship, where the incoming unit watched the outgoing unit do their job. For the right seat rides, everybody from the squad didn't go out. There was a rotation. The day of a mission, Smoke Rod would let us know who was going to be going out. First mission I went out on was a road overwatch mission that started in the evening. The road we'd be watching was heavily used by our forces, so it was important that we kept it clear. Simple shit. Sit there and watch. The battery assigned to this mission was doing 12-hour shifts. I got to sleep during the day. I was nervous about going out on my first mission. I posted some corny message on Facebook about needing prayer. Had to keep it on the low. As to why I needed prayer because of operational security. The higher-ups preached operational security. Don't be posting mission times or details of the mission. Didn't want that information to fall into enemy hands. Didn't want to use it to make it easier to blow your head off. Chief Rob let me know that mission time was 1900. I had to backwards plan. That meant that I needed to be at the motor pool by 1700. That left enough time for pre-combat checks and inspections, and the mission brief. I made sure to grab a to-go plate from the DFAC. Chief Rob checked everybody from my section that was rolling out. He made sure we had on the proper gear and had full magazines. From there, we took the hike from our living area to the battery motor pool. Once there, we did our pre-combat checks and inspections and had a mission brief. We were told what to look out for, and my role was to be the gunner of the Humvee. I was given a crash course on how to operate the turret. The turret could rotate 360 degrees. You used a hand crack to get your spin on. The seat was a strap with very minimal padding, kind of like a mini hammock. Caging and camo netting covered the turret. I didn't have anything with me to keep me entertained for 12 hours. I wasn't supposed to. My main focus was to be watching that road. After our mission brief, I hopped into the gunner's hatch. I was given a headset to put on. Last-minute radio checks. Time to ride. We rolled down the main road, stopped at the checkpoint to report our passenger count. Then we rolled outside the wire. With a 4-vehicle convoy, there needed to be 360-degree security. The gunner's turret of the first Humvee faced forward, the second faced left, the third faced right, and the last faced the rear. Rolling outside the wire felt real and didn't at the same time. Everything was new for me. We passed up the locals on the way to our objective. Some looked up at us. Some kids waved. Others minded their business. We minded ours. Just as long as none of the Toyota pickup trucks tried to run up on us, then everything was all good. Physically, Iraq was feeling more real, but mentally, it didn't feel real that I was there. How did I get here? I knew how. Went from having sky-high anxiety the night before leaving Germany. Flight from Germany to Kuwait. Spending time in Kuwait. Flight from Kuwait to Baghdad, with a fun combat descent in between. Helicopter ride from Baghdad to Taji. Definitely wasn't in Kansas anymore. I really wish I remembered the names of the routes in Iraq. The only names that I remember are Main Supply Route, MSR, Tampa, and Route Tampa. Part of the perks of being in the Army is the travel. There I was in a foreign land that I would have never volunteered to go to on my own. During the drive to our objective, I was just taking it all in. The people, the goat herders, the Toyota trucks, the older compact cars. When I got to Iraq, I realized how much of a fucking scam that war was. Iraq was in a time warp. The country is 50 years behind the United States in terms of development. It fit the profile of a third world country, especially where we were at. Baghdad was the most modern part of Iraq. Taji sat in the rural outskirts. If you could see it for yourself, you would sarcastically ask yourself, so these people are supposed to be a threat? Fuck no. A threat to each other, but not us. It's so easy to scam Americans. So fucking easy to scam Americans. You just gotta use fear, and that's it. Fear and pussy will always sell. Hyper alert, hyper aware, hyper vigilant. All the things that I needed to be while I sat in the gunner's hatch. Pray to God that I don't take contact. Knew what to do, but I would not have known what to fuck to do. It all would have been too new for me. All that worrying about taking contact really wasn't necessary. Even though it was the surge, we were an artillery unit. Uncle Sam wasn't going to throw us all the way into the hornet's nest. He didn't want us to end up like Thomas J. Like we were maybe circling the hornet's nest, there to provide a strong presence. The unit that occupied the area before us took casualties. IEDs were fucking there. Humvees up. 2 SCR got into some small skirmishes with the enemy. as they were taking over. But for us, there wasn't an immediate sense of danger. You didn't have to mark it on your calendar that danger was going to happen that day. If it did happen, it was more like, oh shit, danger happened today. Go out, watch a road, pray that my relief came out on time, my plan for the night. We get to the objective. The relieving squad checks in with the outgoing squad over the radio. All clear. Not a lot of small talk. The outgoing unit was just happy we showed up on time. They were ready to get back to the FOB. Day closer to getting home for them. A day further away from being home for me. I'm in the gunner's hatch, trying not to go crazy. At least there was a beautiful sunset to look at. The only other things I could look at were the tan landscape and a gray road. Peaceful. Occasional radio chatter coming through my headset. Didn't know the other soldiers in my truck. I tried to make conversation, but it was very limited. I was just asking questions here and there. Questions that would make me sound like a soldier that cared. I asked about what I should look out for and what to expect. The other soldiers in the Humvee gave me basic answers. They were so checked out, so ready to go home. Not trying to think about Iraq anymore. Only thinking about getting back to Fort Lewis so they could fuck fat bitches at Club Chub. When the sun went down, I put on my night vision goggles, NVGs. I'm glad they allowed me to rotate out of the gunner's hatch. Sitting on the makeshift seat beat standing the whole time, but the seat was made to not be too comfortable for a reason. I got out of the gunner's hatch. Soldier took my spot. I took his spot in the back seat, inside of Humvee dimly lit by navigation system screen. Each hour dragged by. Everything was too new for me to fall asleep. The Humvee didn't stay running all night. When it was off, that meant no AC. That meant stagnant, stale, hot, humid September night Iraqi air. At least the sergeant in my truck wasn't too much of a sadist. When it got too hot for him, he told his driver to turn on the truck to get some air flowing. When I had to piss, I went behind the Humvee to drain my main vein. Beeps from commo checks broke up the silence. Got back into Humvee. Every few hours I'd rotate back to the gunner's hatch. My imagination kept me entertaining. There wasn't shit going on out there on that road. Time moves slow when nothing is going on, so I got happy when the sun rose. I knew that I just had to suffer a few more hours before relief arrived. The sunrise was beautiful. An occasional vehicle drove through. As long as they didn't look like they were a threat, they got passed through. In the distance, I could see 4 tan Humvees. Our relief greeted us over the radio. We just repeated what we did 12 hours before. Everything was good to go. They took our spots and we headed back to Taji, made it back safely. Drove under the white sign that said, "Welcome to Camp Taji," gave passenger count at front gate, cleared weapons at the clearing barrel, parked in motor pool. Since it wasn't my Humvee, I didn't have to worry about turning in the .50 caliber. The group of guys from my squad that went out decided to stop by the DFAC for breakfast. Who the fuck was going to turn down an omelet from CSM Cook DFAC? Not this nigga. After a hearty breakfast, we went to our CHS, checked in with Chief Rob for the game plan for the day. Shit. Shaved, showered, and hit the hay. There wasn't a lot of action going on during right seat rides. Who was getting all the action was this one female soldier. She had jet black skin, so I'll call her Private Darky. She was married, but that didn't stop her from getting some new dick. Private Darky worked in S1 and was a part of Advance Party. She got some advanced dick. She was fucking some NCOs and lieutenants from the unit we were relieving. You had to have some rank on you if you wanted that pussy. She wasn't fucking fellow privates. That's how the Army was like. If you got some army pussy while you was a private, your game had to be smooth. There was always some E6, E7, or maybe an E8 plotting on that young E4 and below pussy. One big change that happened when we were about to leave for Iraq was changing my battery's name from Archers back to Gators. We were Gators back at Lewis when we were 2-8FA, then switched over the Archers once we became Fire Squadron. We thought that shit was gay, so we were so happy when they told us we were changing back to Gators. We left that gay Archer's name behind, but brought our howitzers with us. Just for show, though, we didn't shoot them bitches. First Cav was holding down the artillery mission for Taji. We brought our howitzers as gifts for the Iraqi army. Thank you, American people. Thank you for letting us launder your money. For left seat rides, we were in charge. In each truck, it would be 1 soldier or 2 soldiers max from the unit we were relieving. They were checking to make sure we knew the basics of the area that we were taking over. The responsibility of doing all the pre-combat checks, the pre-combat inspections, radio checks, making sure that the crew-served weapons were mounted, making sure that the ammo was loaded, that the first aid kit was packed, that we had water, had Gatorade. All that stuff fell on us. We were the ones running the show. A small handful of soldiers of the outgoing unit would roll out with us to answer any questions that we had. We would be the ones calling out the checkpoints. During the mission brief, react to contact/IED/ambush scenarios were talked through. Stay on your toes, stay alert, stay alive, and rely on your training. Left seat rides were easy. All we did was just go out and watch that same damn road. At least these missions were kind of like the bump missions that we went on back in Germany, in the sense that we weren't going to get fucked. If you know what a bump mission is, then you've been in the game for a long time. I went on a bump mission with one of our Camo soldiers back in Vilsec. He was dark-skinned and from Mississippi. The dark-skinned Mississippi niggas in the Army were fan favorites in Germany. Mississippi was extra country. He loved sporting his big old Mississippi belt buckle. On some random Friday night in the barracks, he told me that he met some hoes off of MySpace and asked if I wanted to roll with him and a couple of other soldiers. The hoes were about an hour away. Fuck it. I was down to go. Another opportunity to get some pussy that I didn't have to work too hard to get. Probably should have asked some questions, but my dick did all the thinking. Mississippi had never met the bitches in person before. When we got to the bitches, I knew I wasn't fucking. They didn't look like how they did in their pictures. The whole time I was at their apartment, I had the "what the fuck, dude" expression on my face. We didn't stay long, went to the club next. The hoes followed us. Makes me wonder what Mississippi told them while I was zoned out. It must have been a slow night because the pickings were slim in the club. Quiet hour-long ride back to Vilsec. No pussy for me that night, just like I wasn't getting any pussy during that deployment. Well, definitely early on. My schedule didn't allow me to be on the prowl. First mission that we did was 12 hours of just sitting on the road and watching. Some guys would rotate between gunners' hatches of our Humvees and being up in the guard tower. There was a Humvee in the front of the checkpoint, then maybe one a few meters behind it off to the side, then you had one that was covering the rear, and then of course another one behind it. Standard for when we rolled 4 trucks deep. Under the tower, there was an area where we could just sit and hang out until it was your turn to go to the tower or gunner's hatch. We played spades to pass the time, and that's basically what we did for the first few months. We played a lot of spades. We played so much spades that I never want to play another game of spades again. Watching a road was about as bad as watching paint dry. Occasionally a car would pass through, week on and week off of road watching. During the week, we weren't watching that boring-ass road. We were touching the hearts and minds of the people. Before the surge, the mission was to eliminate any enemy threats. During the surge, General Petraeus wanted troops off of the big FOBs and making their presence known in each town in our area of operations. We're supposed to be getting to know the people, figuring out who lived in each home and what everyone's role was in town. It was kind of like the movie Kindergarten Cop. Who is your daddy and what does he do? It was real easy. The first few months were super easy. We just go out to each town. Usually the lieutenant, platoon sergeant, squad leaders, and a few soldiers would dismount and walk through the town. They'd gather intel. The drivers and gunners would stay back with the trucks. Each job had his perks and his drawbacks. If you were the gunner, you had to make sure that the crew's served weapon was clean and ready to rock. You also had to keep your ass awake the whole time, too. No matter how bored you got, if you got caught sleeping, then your seat got taken away. Standing up for the remainder of your mission sucked ass. If you were the driver, you had to make sure that the maintenance on the truck was done. You were also responsible for commo checks. Drivers enjoyed air conditioning during missions, but the trade-off was the anxiety of possibly hitting an IED. Imagine you driving down a road. Your truck hits an IED, your homie gets killed. That's a heavy weight to carry. Back to the sucky part of being a gunner. The soldiers inside your truck would like to fuck with your gunner. Coop loved to take a lighter and put a flame to the gunner's booty. Or if the gunner wasn't looking, they would unstrap the strap and the gunner would fall. Even with all that, I'd rather stay in the truck than dismount for foot patrols. I hated foot patrols because of my flat feet and deformed ankles. Walking hurt, especially on uneven terrain. A perk of being a dismounted soldier was going into houses. The people were friendly. They showed us the hospitality that we didn't deserve. During meetings, we got to eat. Meat, bread, and chai tea. Good meal made up for a day when I had to help change a flat Humvee tire in 100-degree heat while outside the wire. First few months in Iraq were pretty routine, either watching a road or collecting intelligence from the people. Developing relationships helped improve our intelligence on what the insurgents were up to. Trusted informants would tell us where IEDs were being set up. They also told us about other enemy movements. We were pretty insulated, like we kind of knew what was going on in the other squadrons around us, but not too much. The only information that we got was the information that was fed to us from our leadership or by word of mouth. Shit didn't get real for Fire Squadron until Kilo Troop took a casualty on September 27th, 2007. Fire Squadron was an artillery squadron. Command decided to attach an infantry platoon with us. We had Humvees. They had Strikers. I guess Command wanted to beef up the squadron a little bit more with some more experienced infantry. Fire Squadron trained up in infantry tactics back in Germany, but it still wasn't an infantry unit. We didn't truly have that infantry mindset. We were more like an artillery unit cosplaying as an infantry squadron. We would see Kilo Troop here and there, but we really weren't close to their guys. Word came down that the night of September 27th, 2007, one of Kilo's Strikers hit by an IED. The IED was powerful enough to blast through. Out of everybody in the Striker, Sergeant First Class Randy Johnson lost his life. Details of what happened the event would come through sporadically. At first we heard that he died. Then we learned how he died. The IED blast ripped his butt cheek off, and he bled out. It was sad because you start to think about his brothers that he died in front of. You think about his family. SFC Johnson had plans of taking them to Disney World when he got back to the world. Up until that point, almost everybody felt invincible. But after that, we just knew that anybody could get it. I could only imagine what it was like being in that striker, hearing SFC Johnson's last words fill my ears in the midst of chaos, in the midst of him bleeding everywhere, in the midst of his brothers feeling helpless. All they could do was hold his hands as he left the physical. All they could do was call up a 9-line medevac. All they could do was carry him to the chopper with the medics so he could be carried away. When a soldier in your unit died, they'd shut down the internet until the soldier's next of kin got notified. Command didn't want family members to find out that their relative got smoked via a Facebook post. With every death downrange, the squadron had a memorial service. The one for SFC Johnson hit home. It hit close. If you ever want to see a bunch of grown-ass men crying, go to a military memorial service. It's like a regular memorial service. We were given a small glimpse into SFC Johnson's military service. He was honored for his service. The chaplain spoke, SFC Johnson's command team spoke, and then they did the last roll call. One by one, they called out the names of the soldiers in SFC Johnson's squad. When they got to SFC Johnson's name, that's when all the emotions hit. SFC Johnson, no answer. SFC Johnson, no answer. Sergeant First Class Randy Johnson. The only answer was the bagpipe playing Amazing Grace. The only other answer was tears flowing down the eyes of the soldiers that served with Sergeant First Class Johnson. Rest in peace. Rest in power. Rest in paradise. Sergeant First Class Randy Johnson. Damn, that was a sad day. The show must go on. We went right back out to doing patrols, riding down the same road that killed SFC Johnson. Crazy how that works. Like going back to eating the same food that killed Big Mama and Soul Food. The first mission we went on after SFC Johnson died, we were pissed off. We pulled up to a random house and smashed shit. A sort of rage room. Smoke Rod had been in the game long enough to know that he didn't want us taking our anger out on the civilians. That would have brought an unnecessary investigation. There was some open space outside the house and we were allowed to pop off a few rounds. Gotta let that steam out. After about 2 months of doing the same shit, I had something to look forward to. I got my automatic promotion to specialist. I met the time and grade, time and rank requirements. If you're not in the Army, the title specialist sounds real official, like I'd get to specialize in something. Not the case. I got to specialize in not being a private anymore. Shit would still roll my way, but at least I could watch shit roll further down the hill. I could have made E4 a little bit faster if I would have had my dress greens back in Germany and gone to the Soldier of the Month board. Got pinned right on time. Tired of being a private. It sucks being a private in garrison. It sucks even more being a private when you're downrange. I got promoted with a few other guys. My promotion gift was a 4-day pass to Qatar for a quick rest and relaxation away from the bullshit. This would have been about October of 2007. I was told well in advance that I'd be going. They told me I could wear civilian clothes, so I ordered some off of Dr. J's. Day of my flight, I packed me a light bag and turned in my M4. The supply sergeant drove me to the flight pad. I flew on a Black Hawk from Taji to Liberty. From there, I took a short flight from Baghdad to Qatar. I was happy to get up out of Iraq for a little while. Qatar Air Base, we took a bus to the check-in spot. Qatar was cool. It was cool to be around some pussy. I got homesick, though. I'm not talking about home back in the world, but home back in Iraq. Weird shit. I was actually missing the guys. I took advantage of the computer lab and phone center. It was nice being able to browse the internet without having a time limit. I met up with some other soldiers. We went to Chili's one day. Our server was Filipino. I asked her, "How did you get over here?" She told me that she went through 2, 3 different contracting firms. The Filipinos are the world's Mexicans. Some weird and scary shit happened to me when I went to the PX. I took a seat while I waited for another soldier to buy some shoes. When I sat down, it felt like my back gave how. I was able to hold myself up, but my lower back felt super weak. Sucked it up and drove on. Wasn't trying to go home early. There was deployment money to be made. We had opportunities to go off post. They had ride around the sand dunes in a pickup truck. I chose to go to the mall in town. We weren't allowed to wear shorts, even the men. Qatar is a very beautiful city. The mall was dope. We ended up in some other places afterward. Somehow, we ended up at this one place where I got to see a bunch of counterfeit purses. We also went to a club one night. There was also an on-post spot that was kind of like a club. They played Soulja Boy. The best part of my 4-day excursion to Qatar was getting some pussy. I think it was my last night there. This white female soldier caught my eye in the computer lounge. There were other females on that trip, but they didn't make it obvious that they were into me. Maybe I didn't have enough rank. Maybe because I wasn't all in their faces trying to holla. Then I finally came across my target. It was this white female soldier. And we were hanging out in the computer lab. She was lounging with a couple of other soldiers. I picked up on vibes that she was feeling me. There was another male soldier in the midst, but I wasn't going to miss out on an opportunity, so I just waited him out. Patience is a virtue. Once it was just me and white girl, I went in for the kill. You want to take this outside? She followed me outside. I looked for a place to fuck, found a bunker off in the cut, got inside. White girl got on her back on the hard, sandy ground, pulled down her pants, pulled out my dick, pulled out a condom, slid it on, slid inside her, felt her pussy grip on my dick. She came, then I came, got dressed, went our separate ways. Fucking a white bitch in a bunker wasn't the only exciting thing that happened while I was there. A Patriot missile misfired as well. It hit some field off post, heard about it through word of mouth. I doubt it made the news. Even though it was October, it was still hot over there. Qatar's base was small, and not a lot of personnel stationed there had access to private transportation. The ones that did had to have been putting up big-time numbers. The 4 days went by quickly, and I had to go back to Taji. Back to my shitty reality. Back to the homies that I missed. The grind doesn't stop, though. Since Bush and friends destabilized the government, it was our job to stabilize it. Alpha Battery was tasked with providing security for a police recruiting drive. We got out to the recruiting center early. I was in one of the Humvees that set up an outer perimeter. My platoon leader, platoon sergeant, medic, and squad leaders posted up in the recruiting center. I posted up in the gunner's hatch. Prepared myself for a full day of boredom. Brought a mini speaker that I hooked my iPod to. Being out there was just as boring as watching a road. To entertain ourselves, my driver and I would toss out an MRE or Gatorade just to watch the kids fight for it. For my entertainment, I turned up Soulja Boy's Crank That Full Blast, pulled out my digital camera, and took a video of the kids doing the dance. Superman that hoe. Espinoza went AWOL. She was the fine Hispanic private bitch that everybody wanted to fuck. An NCO had her on lock back at Lewis. One of the privates in Vilsec that had a large amount of game was holding her down. That nigga tried to press me when we were in the field in Hohensfels because he thought I was trying to holler at his girl. The struggle of being insecure and having a fine bitch is that you will be ready to fight anybody that you think is trying to talk to your bitch. Good thing he got chaptered out for weed before we deployed. because he would have lost his mind in Iraq trying to handcuff his hoe. Espinosa went on leave and never came out. Rumor spread that she left a letter exposing NCOs in the battery. Iraq wasn't all work. There was some play. If we didn't have an early mission the next day, some of us would go to salsa night. I couldn't dance. I was just there to be around some pussy after being around dicks all day, all week. My Hispanic battles were getting in. Suavement. I got to see some homies at Taji that weren't in my unit. 2nd Brigade 25th out of Hawaii was also moving out of Taji while we were moving in. 211 FA stayed in the transition tents not far from where I was staying. My Puerto Rican bunkmate from basic training got orders to Schofield Barracks, Hawaii, after we graduated. Back in basic, they reminded us that you were either coming home from a deployment or preparing to go on one. Just like my battles from basic that were in 2ID and that I was relieving. My bunkmate shipped off to Iraq soon after arriving at his duty station. In that year and a half before going to Iraq, I felt like I got to learn to be a soldier before having to be a combat soldier. Me and a couple of my battles from basic went over to the transition tents for a mini basic training reunion. We shot the shit and talked about basic, then parted ways. Butler, my high school classmate, was enjoying his vacation in Iraq too. We reconnected on Facebook. Butler was the most infamous senior from my high school class. During senior day, he recreated the famous scene from the Nothing But a G Thang video. If you know what scene I'm talking about, go ahead and schedule a colonoscopy. For the young folks, a game of volleyball was being played during senior day activities. Butler let his intrusive thoughts get the best of him. He pulled down the top of a female classmate. It was all fun and games until it wasn't. I didn't see it happen when it happened, but I heard about it happening. The girl whose top Butler pulled down didn't make a big deal about it until she found out that it got caught on camera. Not a camera phone, but a camcorder. This is the year 2000 we're talking about. Once Butler's victim found out that her titties were on a teenage boy's camcorder and that other teenage boys were looking at the footage, shit escalated quickly. The police came and took Butler away. I think that's what happened, but I could be exaggerating shit. Don't sue me, Butler. Oh yeah, this shit is fiction anyways. What I do know for sure is that Butler wasn't allowed to graduate with the rest of us. He did community college for a year, then joined the Army. It was good to see a familiar face in Iraq. Butler came to my CHU. He was a fueler with a support unit. We talked about old times and what we were doing in Iraq. Got to see another familiar face at Taji. My mom told me that me and my cousin Larry were both at Taji. What a coincidence. Larry was a staff sergeant and had been deployed to Iraq before. During his last deployment, he got to rock and roll in Ramadi. He saw way more than he was supposed to as a commo soldier. We made plans on Facebook to see each other. I linked up with him at his job. It was good catching up. One of his soldiers took a picture of us. We emailed each other throughout the deployment. It was good to talk to somebody that understood what I was going through. The great thing about being thousands of miles away from home is that I got to be thousands of miles away from the bullshit. The bullshit took an international flight, though. Michelle and I were going through another separation. I met with a divorce lawyer before I went to Iraq. Couldn't get divorced because of the Sailors Soldiers Relief Act. A divorce would have helped because a child support order would have been in place. A set amount to pay makes things clearer. Much rather pay the state than pay a cheating gold-digging bitch. I mean, yeah, I cheated a few times before, but those hoes weren't having my baby. It's also not my fault that I didn't know that I wasn't a monogamous nigga. Paid Michelle a set amount every month. It wasn't enough for her, especially since her scamming baby daddy was stealing the rent money. I was tired of the bullshit, so I'd cut off the money to try and teach her a lesson. Sucks that my kids got caught up in all of it, but that's life sometimes. Michelle taught me a bigger lesson, though. She showed me what she was willing to do to get my money. Michelle contacted my chain of command. Had to have an uncomfortable discussion with Chief Rob. He made me put Michelle on an allotment. That wasn't the only mess in my life. I lucked up by having Belle as my roommate. I'm not the most organized person in the world, but I kept my side of our CHU clean. Belle's nasty ass couldn't keep up with his end of the bargain. Chief Rob and Coop did inspections. If one soldier is living nasty, the whole squad is living nasty. We all got smoked for it. Iraq sucks. Adding to the suck by doing some shit to get smoked sucked even more. I went back to my CHU. Belle was sitting on the floor instead of cleaning the floor. That bitch boy pissed me off. Bitch, get up and clean. Belle must not have liked how I addressed him. In the matter of seconds, he grabbed his M4 and chambered a round. "Oh shit, is this dude about to shoot me?" said the voice in my head. I wasn't about to let that shit happen. Grabbed the barrel, snatched it out of his hand, and gave him the beats. Coop must have heard commotion coming from our room. He grabbed me off of Belle. I didn't get in trouble, and Belle got sent to the chaplains. He was deemed unfit to be my roommate and to be in the squad anymore. Got his ass whooped and got a cushy job in the chaplain's office. I'm trying to think really hard, but I don't remember who my new roommate ended up being. It could have been Root. Shit, I don't know. The repetitiveness of work got to be mentally taxing. Sitting in a Humvee all day or walking around while wearing heavy gear during patrol could do some strange things to your mind, subconsciously begging for something that would shake it all up. God is always in the blessing business. He sent one of our interpreters to bless us with whiskey. I hadn't drank since before leaving for Iraq. It didn't take long to get buzzed. We ran around the CHUs like mischievous boys. Chief Rob joined in on the fun. He had a little too much to drink and passed out in my bed. I pulled out my sleeping bag and slept on the floor. Woke up with a hangover. I could function well enough to pull a 12-hour shift watching that same old road. To close out 2007, my battery's mission changed. Command decided that we had been chilling on Taji long enough. Time to push us out of our comfort zone. For the next adventure, we were to set up a joint security station, JSS, and work directly with Iraqi police. Chief Rob told us to pack enough uniforms and underwear to last about 2 weeks. Our new home would be an abandoned factory. The first night came with more suck to embrace. No lights out there. I used a headlamp to find my cot in a small building outside the factory. The priority for the night was to establish security. To the gunner's hatch I went. Sat there for about 4 hours, then my relief came. Went back to the building and looked for my cot, as quietly as possible. For the first month we provided security, while a construction unit put up T-walls, built guard towers, and built living quarters inside the factory. Platoons and squads in the battery would take turns going back to Taji for hot showers, masturbation, wild tigers, and a meal that wasn't an MRE. Living in close quarters was wearing on us. Chief Rob wanted me to get him a case of wild tigers. I came back to JSS Gator empty-handed and he was pissed. "I'm not your fucking slave," Rob replied with a shove that sent me stumbling back. Coop got in between us. I didn't know wild tigers were that serious, but I learned that day that they were. When life sucks, you just want some very simple pleasures. Later that day, Rob came out to my truck while I was on guard and apologized. I apologized for not getting him the wild tigers. Living quarters were completed pretty quickly. Upgraded from cots to bunk beds, luxury living. We were also living a crazy work schedule. 6 to 8 hour guard shifts, 4 to 5 hour presence patrols, a few hours of sleep in between. My sleep schedule was all over the place. I listened to opera to help me fall asleep. Guard shifts were like being in solitary confinement. When we first did guard shifts, there were 2 of us in the tower. I brought in 2008 with Rome. We got a hold of some near beers and celebrated New Year's Eve. Outside the wire, things were calmer than the blood-soaked months of 2006 to 2007, but nobody fooled themselves into thinking it was safe. The Baghdad-Mosul highway cut close to Taji, and it was still a magnet for ambushes. Roadside bombs, small arms fire, and the occasional complex attack reminded us that Al-Qaeda in Iraq wasn't gone, just waiting. Shia militias fired rockets into the Taji at night. Sometimes the bigger improvised, rocket-assisted mortars that landed with a punch you could feel in your chest. The alarm would sound, and we'd huddle in bunkers, hearts racing, and happy to be alive. Every time we drove from Taji to JSS Gator or JSS Gator to Taji, we'd take this road that ran parallel to a creek. The creek smelled like rotten eggs, a smell burned into your nose and your memory. Seeing people living in a landfill will forever be burned into my memory. I was in the gunner's hatch when we took a trip down Tampa, saw a big landfill, drove over a bridge. I looked down and was like, oh shit, there are people living down there. Took a video with my camera. Could see the people and smoke coming from landfill. People burned trash like we did back at our JSS wild shit. When the Iraqi police moved into our JSS, we did guard shifts with them. 1 soldier and 1 Iraqi police in each tour. We tried to get to know each other the best we could. Never take your eye off the Iraqi, though. Not a lot of trust there. Then they eventually decided to have us do 1-man guard shifts. Good thing I had an imagination, or I would have gone crazy up in that tour. I'd also sneak in my PSP and iPod for entertainment. Don't get caught with that shit, though. You were supposed to be focusing on looking out into the abyss. If you set up a good security system to tip you off whenever an NCO did tower checks, you could get in a cat nap. It wasn't really sleep, though, because you had to make sure you heard the radio checks. When it was called to prayer time, the prayer could be heard over a loudspeaker in a tower in the closest town. Pulling guard during winter is super booty. Before Iraq, desert and cold didn't go together in my mind. We even got some sleep one day. Doc Cordes took a picture of me taking a flake on my tongue. The coldest part of guard duty occurred during sunrise. Sun came up and pushed all that cold into your tour. Double socks so my toes wouldn't hate life. I asked my mom to send me heated socks. About once a week we'd go back to Taji to drop off laundry, pick up laundry from the week before, get food from the food court, take a shower, use the phone, and beat our dicks in peace. Battery commander thought it was a good idea to employ some locals to build us showers. While the workers worked, some of us were tasked with watching them work. Didn't need them to try any funny business. The joy of having showers didn't last long. Water started off brown, not a lot of hot water available. The better move was to take water bottle showers in the stalls. What brought us even more joy was having a computer and phone center built on site. I knocked out so many correspondence courses. Michelle and I communicated mainly by email. From Michelle to me. I just got your letters. I give up. Not going to live like this. You are not going to keep trying to throw shit in my face. You and I were not together. You were fucking around and doing what you do. Don't act like I owe you more than you did me. I give up. I just can't do it. You weren't a good father either. The things that your son needed, you didn't provide. You laughed when he voiced his concerns or just put them off. Like it or not, Cuttrell was there. He bought them things, took them places, and spent quality time with them. He really stepped up. I am grateful that he did. Hate me if you want, that's fine. Keep trying to tell yourself I owed you a great deal more than you gave me all you want. That's some bullshit. You cheated on me and beat me throughout our marriage. You thought I owed you more than you owed me. Then I guess it's the same situation now. I'm not doing this. From me to Michelle. You know what, fuck it. I knew it wasn't going to work. And I didn't laugh at my son. I told you that I can't answer for another person. Don't worry about me coming home either. I'm not going to have a repeat of the last time I was home. Go be with Cuttrell, because according to you, he was a better father than I ever was. I don't need this stress. Not here. Not now. So don't worry about me anymore. I tried to call, but your phone ain't on. I tried to call your mom's house, but no one answered. I am done telling you how I think or feel anymore, because obviously you always take it the wrong way. So fuck it. Don't email me. Text me and I'll pay you the same respect. You'll keep getting your money and I'll pay you the money I owe you. Have a nice day. From me to Michelle. Now I feel stupid as fuck, because I passed up $11,000 because I was trying to do something that would benefit my family. I feel stupid thinking about a future with my family. You throw shit in my face too, so don't put it all on me. Like I said in the last email, don't worry about me coming home. I actually wanted this. But of course you want to be stuck on what you didn't like in my letters. I don't give a shit if we were together or not. I'm entitled to say how I feel about the deal. So just leave me alone, Michelle. Forget all about me. You'll get the divorce you want. From Michelle to me. I have not been throwing anything in your face. I never said anything about Trell. What do you expect? I am not going to do this the rest of my life. The whole time we were separated, even while we were together, you were fucking around. I moved on. What was I supposed to do? If you want to keep hollering about how I did you wrong because I got tired of waiting for you to handle your business, there is nothing else to talk about. I did nothing wrong. You were fucking people. Yes, I was in a relationship. I'm not the fucking around type. I am sorry you got hurt. That wasn't my intention. But considering you had moved on and had a girlfriend of your own before, that there is no room for you to scream, poor me. That white chick wasn't your first girlfriend since I left you. You had girlfriends while we were actively married. You did laugh at our son. He and I do remember it, because you found it stupid. What does you not coming home have to do with me? I'm not trying to keep you from coming home. Since you want to talk about how people feel. You try being married to a man that locks you in rooms, beats you and cheats on you. You try being married to a man who takes no active role in his kids' lives. You try that. Don't scream or holler about how you got hurt or you've been wronged. You wronged me. You wronged us. I have been trying to let go of that bullshit, but I can't with you constantly playing victim. I didn't threaten to kill you. I didn't wrap my hands around your neck till you couldn't breathe and tell you I was going to kill you, did I? You want me to forget and let go of all the dirt you did. I was trying, yet every 5 minutes you want to tell me about how I hurt you. We were not together. I gave you plenty of chances. I warned you a long-ass time before I completely left you alone. You and I haven't been man and wife for a while. I made no secret of my intentions. When I found someone I was interested in, you met him. I was truthful and honest. That was all I owed you. You, on the other hand, was my husband, living with me, cheating on me, abusing me. Don't play victim. You were anything but. Like I said, I can't live like that. Rather be alone. You didn't actually want it, because if you did, you wouldn't be screaming about how you were done wrong. I was the one that was mistreated. I'm not bringing it up on a constant basis, and boy, did you fuck me over. I gotta go. From me to Michelle. Michelle, I know my words may not mean much at this time, but I just want to say I'm sorry. I realize I'm letting my pride get in the way of things working out. I know I put you through a lot while we have been married, and I probably can never do enough to make up for it. I miss you, and I still want you to be my wife. Can you go ahead and send my ring? No point in waiting till I get home. Gotta go and fight terrorism now. Have a good day. Not having to wait to go back to Taji to use the phone was nice. Since I didn't want everybody in my business, I was pretty cordial with Michelle when I called home. It would have looked crazy screaming at each other. I don't know when the turn happened, but maybe things with Cutrell wasn't working out and Michelle wanted that old thing back. Whatever it was, it felt like a reconciliation was happening. From Michelle to me. Promise me that when you get home. It can be just us for a couple days. I really need that alone time. I also really need to get laid. But it's not gonna be like it used to. Nigga, you are gonna pamper my ass. I want massages and foot rubs, all of that, 'cause I do it for you. Can I get that? From Michelle to me. The crazy thing is our daughter walked in on the middle of that crazy session, and before that, everyone came home. I guess I'm thinking that since we seem to be unable to escape this, we should probably face it. You can get more, a lot more if you try to get at me and earlier in the day. I am usually at my mom's about 8 a.m. till about 9 p.m., usually. The schoolwork for the kids, then my classes. I don't have net access anywhere else, and it's all done online. I don't know what just happened, but I figure I need to just embrace it, and maybe we can have some fun along the way. So, if we really do this, get back to, what do you want from me? I already agreed to the pics, the occasional videos. I'll have to send photos. I love sending you photos of them. I'll even throw in a couple of me. I'll put more effort in letter writing, although I have gotten used to the email thing. But it seems like physical letters mean a lot to you now, so I can do that. Care packages can be sent. I've decided that I am going to start going to the base to do some shopping, so, what else could you want or need? It's obvious there's something still there whether we want it to be or not. Part of the reason why we argue so much, we want to move on. Guess we can't till this is straightened out. So if we give this a try, I'm going to be completely honest about what I expect. Honesty, whether it hurts or not, fidelity. You said there are certain things you need me to keep on the straight and narrow, and I will as long as we are together. So no excuses, but if you slip, tell me. Because, in all honesty, because of the situation we've been in these past few months, I think I'll be more understanding. You already know this one, but I am going to say it again. No abuse. I can't take that anymore. But I figure we'll deal with that one once you get home safely. And you better come home safe with me, or without me, come home in one piece. The last thing that's a deal breaker is I need you to play a bigger role when it comes to the kids. Do not put it all off on me. They have 2 parents. Play a bigger part. If you can do all that, and the big thing we discussed earlier, put forth a real effort to accept the daughter that I had with Trell, it's all good. You can look forward to getting a letter daily, if that's what you need, to get you through this. Well, I gotta go. Getting ready to get out of here. Made plans to go to Illinois. Not looking forward to it. But hey, what you gonna do? Just thought I'd throw this little fact in for fun. There is one thing that you can still do that no one has been able to do. Turn me on just by talking to me. It's not even what you say. I don't know what it is. Sex is better with you as well, 'cause, well, I feel more comfortable. Feel like nothing is off limits. I can be completely free. I miss. That, from me to Michelle. Lowell, yeah, last night was interesting. Never thought I would jack off in a place where anybody could come in at any time. It was surprising, too, because you would never want to do it the whole time we've been separated. Maybe I need to come to Iraq more often. Nah, I'm just playing. This place sucks. My hours are crazy, so I'll have to catch you when I can. I should be on more once my computer gets here. Some of the guys are getting together and we are going to pay for satellite internet, 'cause the regular internet sucks. It's worse than dial-up. I ordered the kids some clothes. You should get them within the week. I'll have to order a little at a time when I get paid. I'm still way behind on other stuff. I'm just trying to get my finances in order, save, and invest some on the side. You know I suck at money management, but I'm trying. I suck at cleaning my room too, 'cause I was used to you doing it. Now to the matter at hand. It's funny how no matter how much we fight, or how many times we break up, we somehow always end up coming back to each other. Maybe we rushed into getting married too soon. I think we should have taken time to grow up. At least I should have. I did a lot of growing during my first 2 years in the Army. I learned to be more assertive. I'll have to admit I was a softie before I joined. I'm still not where I want to be, but I'm working on it. I still have my flaws. I curse too much. I'm a little bit of an asshole. I want what I want when I want it, how I want it. Sometimes I can be insensitive. I still have a thing for tattoos. But everything I'm not makes me everything I am. I will always work and take care of home doing whatever it takes. This is me. I know I'm hard to deal with, and I've done some things I'm not proud of. But I've learned to accept my shortcomings. All I want is someone who can accept me for me and will always be in my corner. The hardest thing about finding out you were pregnant was the fact that I felt betrayed by the one person who I felt I could always trust. I hope you can deal with me. I'll still get an occasional tattoo, and I want sex all the time. I can run 8 miles with no problem, so have fun trying to wear me out. I have some old pics before I got my gut. I'll send you some new ones after I lose it. It's funny 'cause I had forgotten all about that pic you took of your breasts, and I stumbled across it. I couldn't tell you how many times I got off to that pic. But I got mad one day and deleted it. I miss seeing your body. I miss touching you and making love to you. If we are going to do this, I want to take things slow. We have to reestablish a friendship. I think we forgot that part when we first got together. We were worrying too much about sneaking around our parents, and we rushed into things, total honesty. If you have sex with someone, I can't get mad. I mean, shit. I ain't gonna be happy, 'cause deep down, I still feel that's my pussy law. I'll do my best to keep my dick in my pants. And remember, if I slip, it's because it was convenient. But as for now, my hand has been doing the job, and with your help, I should be able to make it. Well, I need to take a nap. So I'll talk to you later. Oh yeah, I don't need a daily letter. Once a week would be nice. I'll try and get you a digital camera. Start looking in the account on the 1st. Well, that's all from here. From Michelle. To me. Yay. I figured I couldn't break you on the tattoo subject, but it's cool. As far as wanting you, I've wanted you since we've been separated, just never acted on it. Too busy running. LOL. As far as me getting pregnant, I know that hurt you. I'm sorry it did. That was never my intention. Throughout everything we have been through, good and bad, I've always been in your corner. I just wanted you to be the best man you could be, as far as taking it slow. Your ass is in Iraq. How much slower could it be? El Mao. Hell, we've been taking it slow for a while. When we finally decided to try last time, we took it slow. The thing is, we've been circling around this too damn long. We know each other. I have my flaws. It's hard for me to let shit go. Difficult for me to open up about whatever's going on with me. Too secretive much of the time. But that's me. I've gotten better, but that's me all in all. Take it or leave it. Just so you know, I'm not having sex because I'm the relationship type. Don't want to go around screwing just anybody. Don't feel comfortable with the fuck buddy arrangement either. So that's me. As you know. So if it's us, it's us. Yeah, you're a hothead, but that's when it comes to things you're passionate about. Just be careful out there. You need to come back safely. You have 2 kids waiting on you. Bye. From me to Michelle. Lowell, yeah, I almost forgot I was in Iraq. Thanks for reminding me. The weather is perfect right now. I know I'm going to be hating life when summer comes back around. You thought it was hot back home. St. Louis ain't got nothing on Iraq. I think one day it got to about 120. I need to figure out what I want to do. I'm probably going to stay in, but I might change jobs. I want to do something that's a little bit more stable for a family. I know if I keep this combat thing going, I'll be right back over here. Everybody I work with is on their 2nd or more deployment. Part of me wants to get out and live a normal life. I'm not built for this single life. I can do it. But it just ain't me. I realize that one woman should be fulfilling my needs instead of me trying to go out and find it in different women. Except for the abuse, my infidelity, and your attitude on occasion. We were good together. We were just young. I'm not where I totally need to be, but I'm a better person. The Army made me grow up. We wasted a lot of time being mad at each other. I need to get back in the picture. The last thing I need is my son being a pansy, hanging around you and his sisters. I need to toughen his lil ass up. Lol. Damn. If we're gonna be sending each other pics, I gotta shave. Lol. I got lazy and let myself go natural. Lol. The new you is shocking. I mean, I like it. We used to have some good sex. I think about it, and I get mad at the fact I used to turn you down. What was I thinking? Well, I gotta get going. I need a nap before I go to work tonight. Holla at you later. It felt like we were on better terms. All that arguing that we used to do was stressful. Even though we had been married about 6 years at that point, it didn't feel like we knew how to be married. We were just existing as husband and wife. Didn't take the time to talk and really get to know each other. Shit, I didn't know myself. I know I enjoyed that phone sex session with Michelle, my girl 6. She could have made a lot of money as a phone sex operator. I used to call those 1-900 numbers when puberty hit. Called more out of curiosity. I wasn't masturbating. Didn't even know what that was. I'd call 1-900 Big Nut at my grandma's house. Teenage boys don't think things all the way through, especially when those hormones are raging. I played stupid when Grandma eventually called me and asked me about the charges on her phone bill. She had me dead to rights. I confessed. Lucky for me, she didn't tell my parents. Since JSS Gator was close to FOB Liberty, our squad would visit to grab chow, shop at the PX, and use the phones. The phone center had enclosed booths. I called Michelle. We made small talk. Pulled my dick out and got straight to the point. I didn't have much time. Michelle started fingering herself. Her moans made my dick rock hard. I wanted to jump through the phone and make her climax on my dick. Making your wife do some whore shit is euphoric. It's thrilling. She came, then I came. I cleaned off my dick with a napkin, told her I loved her, and met up with the rest of the squad at our staging area. Michelle and I kept in touch when my schedule permitted. I don't recall breaking things off with my German bitch Steffi, But she got the picture when I told her that I wasn't coming back to Vilsec for leave. Felt like forever, but leave finally arrived. Said goodbye to the homies. Turned my rifle into the arms room. Got a ride to the flight line. Took a flight on a Black Hawk from Taji to the Green Zone. Took a flight on a C-130 from Baghdad International to Ali Al-Salem Air Base. Went through a quick briefing. Turned in my flak vest. Hung out in a waiting area. The Super Bowl played on a big screen TV. I was tired. The Rams weren't playing, so I didn't care enough to stay awake. Woke up just in time to see the Giants beat the Patriots. It was the crazy David Tyree helmet catch game. The 1972 Dolphins were probably somewhere popping champagne. No undefeated season for the cheating-ass Patriots. I only felt bad for Randy Moss. Took a commercial flight from Kuwait to Germany, then from Germany to St. Louis. Picked up a rental car. Drove to the north side to pick up Michelle and kids. 1 boy and 2 girls this time. Michelle was holding her youngest daughter. We kissed and embraced. It did feel a little awkward, but I was just happy to be home. Hugged my kids. They were happy to see me. Son going on 5 and daughter 3. Drove to my parents' house. My brother was away at Truman State for college, so we stayed in his room. Kids slept in the living room. Michelle and Mom still weren't really fans of each other, especially since Michelle decided to have a baby with another nigga. We kept the peace, though. Wasn't trying to deal with more stress. Didn't do too much as far as activities. Visited Ma. She told me how much she missed and worried about me. Ma let it be known that she had been praying for me. Michelle's new thing was video games. So she spent a lot of time on the PlayStation. We fucked, of course. Had to back up all that shit I talked on the phone. I hit up Kunle. Before I flew back to the States, I let him know when I'd be in town. Told him I wanted to go to a strip club. We chose Soft Touch. Stopped at gas station first to get cash. Crossed bridge over to East St. Louis. Parked in Soft Touch parking lot. Got patted down, paid entry, grabbed a drink and got ones from the bar. Went to center stage, enjoyed the entertainment, bass thumping throughout the club. I'll always love how music sounds in strip clubs. I had my eye on a cute brown-skinned chick that I wanted a lap dance from. C-cup titties, slim waist, and a plump ass. Her brown skin glistened from her sweat. I approached her and told her I wanted to dance. She took me over to a chair, then started doing her thing. Stripper chick gave me a real lap dance. Told me she was from Memphis. Not like the air dances that they do now. Felt like she fucked me in cowboy. After spending 7 months in Iraq, Soft Touch felt like heaven. 2 dances in, my dick so hard. I put stripper chick's hand on my dick to let her know I wanted more. She leaned back and whispered in my ear, "You want to go to the private room?" Nodded yes and asked how much it would be. She told me $150. I paid her for the dances, then went to ATM. Paid the stupid ATM fee and pulled out what I needed. Stripper chick waited for me by the entrance to the private rooms. She grabbed my hand and walked me back to where we'd be having fun. Dark room, but I could see there was a lounge chair. I sat down. Stripper chick undressed. I pulled down my pants. She pulled out my dick, stroked it, then put a condom on it. Straddled me so I could suck her titties while she rode me. Pussy be feeling so great when you're cheating on your wife. Stripper chick moaned as she slid up and down on my dick. Fucking her felt great, but there was too much going as far as the noises. I knew I wasn't going to nut, so I told her to suck my dick. Surprisingly, she took off the condom and replaced it with her mouth. I'm hard thinking about that head that I got 18 years ago. Could see the silhouette of her head bobbing up and down. I grabbed her. My body tensed as I climaxed in her mouth. She swallowed. My type of slut. Stripper chick looked me in my eyes and smiled. Did you enjoy it? Told her I did as I handed her payment. Pulled up my pants and parted ways. Met up with Coonley. Where were you at, nigga? I looked over at the private room entrance as stripper chick walked out. Coonley smiled. He knew what was up. We stayed for about 30 more minutes, then left. Coonley dropped me off at home. I took a shower, got in bed and fucked Michelle. Spent a few more days in St. Louis. My family had a gathering for me at my mama's church. We ate in the church basement. My mama was a member of the Church of God and Saints of Christ. They observed the Sabbath. During the summer of '92, my brother and I stayed with our grandparents so Mom could focus on school. From sunset Friday night to sunset Saturday, we weren't allowed to watch TV or do any work. Our eyes were focused on God. We also spent most of Saturday at church, same church that my great-grandfather established on the north side of St. Louis. Ma told stories of how her dad used to hustle during the Great Depression and started a moving company. She also told me how not so far removed from slavery we were. 5 generations for me. Since we spent all day at church, we'd eat in the basement. A lot of good memories. I wanted to show memories of Iraq to everyone that came to the gathering. I prepared a slideshow of pictures before I left Iraq. A lot of blank stares in the room when I finished my presentation. Maybe they didn't get it or it was too much for them. Before leaving St. Louis, I mailed myself a care package. The care package included snacks, magazines, and vodka. To smuggle the vodka, I bought peroxide. Poured out peroxide, washed out bottle, poured vodka into bottle, sealed bottle. I prayed over the care package before handing box to postal clerk. Got a tattoo while I was home too. Infidel in Arabic on my left forearm. Saw everyone I wanted to see in St. Louis. Then it was time to go back to the bullshit. Hugged my parents. Drove Michelle and kids to Michelle's mom's house. Hugged everybody. Drove to Lambert Airport. Dropped off rental. Commercial flight from St. Louis to Germany. Flight from Germany to Kuwait. Picked up my flak vest. C-130 from Kuwait to Baghdad. Black Hawk from Baghdad to Taji. Picked up my M4 from the arms room. 2 weeks away from the suck wasn't long enough, but I was ready to get back to chipping away at my deployment. I knew that if another deployment happened for me, that leave would take place closer to the back half. Since mine occurred in middle off a 15-month tour, the second half felt long as fuck as the first half. Lesson learned. Squad back at Taji for refit and pick up mine-resistant ambush-protected MRAP vehicles. Our Humvees could provide only so much protection. I have no recollection of the first time a vehicle in my battery got hit by an IED. Maybe due to the fact that my Humvee never got it. From what I've been told, it's something that you never forget. Rome stopped by my CHU. He asked about my leave and brought me up to speed on everything I missed while I was gone. He had a good laugh hearing about me fucking a stripper for $150. Rome told me that they had been busy the previous 2 weeks. One of the local teachers that worked with us got kidnapped and murdered by a local Al-Qaeda cell. Our battery ramped into high gear. Spent 3 days looking for who did it. 3 days, around the clock, barely any sleep. Reminded me of that 1 3-day artillery field problem back in Germany, when I got maybe 4 hours of sleep. Rome told me that they found some torture houses. He didn't go into detail about everything he saw, but I could tell by the look in his eyes that he had seen some shit. They eventually found the insurgents that committed the murder. Other than that, my battery was still on a crazy schedule of guard duty and presence patrols. After story time, Rome and I went to chow, then to the computer lab. I sent out emails letting people know that I made it back to Iraq safely. Walked back to CHU, went to bed, woke up, prepared for day, ate chow, loaded up Humvees, drove to far end of Taji where the MR apps were. 4 new shiny Max Pro MR apps were waiting for us. We took a platoon picture in front of our new toys. Then designated drivers took a short drive around the parking lot. They were just like driving the LMTV trucks back in Garrison. Air conditioning and MR apps worked great. Left Taji and drove back to JSS Gator. To make the convoy work, each truck only had a driver, truck commander, and gunner. Arrived back at JSS Gator. Parked trucks. We'd be rotating between MR apps and Humvees based on what our mission for the day required. Got back into a routine once back at JSS. More guard. More presence patrols. More fucked up. Yeah, that more. The one that got drunk with Daniels back at Lewis and was visibly hungover. Chief Rob smoked him real good for it, too. Well, this time around, more really pissed off Chief Rob. Made life harder for the rest of us, too. The higher-ups decided to visit us at JSS Gator. We had to clean up and straighten everything to look good for the squadron commander and sergeant major. A good way to make sure soldiers stayed on their toes. Moore stood very flat-footed that day. During uniform inspections, Moore got busted with only 1 full magazine of ammunition. The standard was to have at least 6 30-round mags at all times. Why don't you have 6 full mags, soldier? Who is your NCO? Hey, Chief, why doesn't this soldier have all of his mags filled to capacity? I felt bad. I could tell this deployment was taxing on Moore's mind. Only felt a little bad for him, though. Felt more bad for me, though. I knew we'd all pay for Moore's mistake. Rob smoked all of us. A lot of push-ups. A lot of flutter kicks. A lot of sweat. Moore wasn't the only one getting caught slipping. A few of my battles got caught with electronics while on guard. So for the next few weeks, we had formation before our guard shifts. The NCO in charge of that shift searched each of us. I got creative when it came to hiding my iPod and PSP. Don't worry, I didn't shove anything up my ass. Downloaded a lot of music off of LimeWire while home on leave. Listening to music made guard shifts suck less. Could download videos on iPod too. Watched music videos and the movie Slumdog Millionaire. I rooted for Jamal and had a crush on Latika. Played NBA live on PSP. Went back to Taji for refit. A package was waiting for me at the battery. Christmas, nigga. Rome saw my eyes widen. He instantly knew what was in that package. We had a light maintenance day the next day. I wouldn't make another mistake of drinking the night before a 12-hour shift. Carrying that box back to my CHU legit felt like I was carrying a Christmas present. Got to CHU. Open box. Everything intact. Nothing tampered with. I put the 2 peroxide bottles in top back portion of wall locker. Shared snacks with battles. Went to chow. Walked back to CHU. Walked to shower trailer. Showered. Got dressed. Walked to CHU. Grabbed peroxide bottle, then walked to Rome's CHU. Rome had snacks and juice. Cracked open peroxide bottle. I sniffed the bottle, then handed it to Rome. He took a sniff too, then he pulled out 2 cups, poured vodka, mixed it with juice, handed a cup to me. Cheers. We got tipsy. Couldn't get too drunk because we still had somewhere to be the next day. We goofed off, took pictures. We felt like humans for a couple of hours. Fun night ended. Went back to CHU. Rome and I weren't the only ones that had fun with alcohol that week. Back at JSS, a Terp got wasted off of whiskey, so much so that he got alcohol poisoning. I guess the pressure of working with us was getting to him. A medic put a catheter up his dick, Loud scream. Terp got taken to Taji for further treatment. When we did guard duty, each soldier got placed at a guard tower at a different part of the JSS. You usually didn't get put in the same spot each shift. Guard at front gate moved a little faster because of the traffic. You had to be more alert, though. No dozing off or playing PSP. I was in the gunner's hatch at front gate when accident happened. Something I ate didn't agree with my stomach. Farted. Felt liquid run down my leg. Fuck. Told driver that I had an emergency and that he needed to hop up in the gunner's hatch. Hopped out Humvee. Ran to closest porta potty. Took explosive shit. Wiped my ass. Wiped my leg. Ran to bunk. Pulled off pants and boxers. Pulled out wipes. Cleaned myself up. Tossed my pants and boxers into laundry bag. Tossed wipes into trash bag. Tossed on a clean pair of boxers and ACU bottoms. Ran back to guard post. Driver had a good laugh at my expense. Glad I shit myself when things were calm instead of when shit hit the fan. In 2007, Iraq was still burning with sectarian violence. Among the strongest Shia militias was the Mahdi army, loyal to the young cleric Muqtada al-Sadr, Murtamuk. By mid-2007, the U.S. troops' surge had intensified pressure on militias across Baghdad and southern Iraq. Al-Sadr made a strategic move. He declared a ceasefire in August 2007 after clashes in Karbala during a Shiite religious festival left dozens dead. Officially, he said it was to reorganize his movement and discipline rogue fighters. In practice, it was also to reduce pressure on his forces at a time when the U.S. surge and rival Shia factions threatened to bleed his army dry. For months, the ceasefire held. Violence in Baghdad dropped, and even American commanders acknowledged the Mahdi army's truce as a key factor. But underneath the calm, tensions simmered. Many Sadrists resented rival Shia groups, especially the Badr organization and Prime Minister Nouri al-Maliki's Dawa party, who were using the lull to consolidate power. Attacks dropped compared to the chaos of 2006. Convoys and patrols still faced IEDs and ambushes, but the scale was reduced. Soldiers on the ground noticed a change. The city wasn't quiet, but it wasn't on fire like before. Beneath the calm, rivalries among Shia factions brewed. The Badr organization and Prime Minister al-Maliki's Dawa party used the lull to strengthen control. Many Sadrists in Sadr City and around Taji felt cornered and humiliated by the ceasefire. Some relief came with the quiet. Shops reopened, families moved around more, but there was fear the peace wouldn't last. Civilians near Taji lived with rumors that the truce would collapse, that raids were coming, that militias would return. Then came March. News spread fast Maliki had ordered an offensive in Basra against Sadrist strongholds. To the Mahdi army, it was betrayal. They had honored the ceasefire, and now they were being hit, while their weapons were supposed to stay silent. Fighters around Baghdad and Taji didn't wait for permission. Splinter groups pulled out hidden weapons. The day started out like every other one. Wake up, hygiene, chow, prepare for patrol. Had our mission brief and rolled out. Bruce K. was the truck commander of the lead Humvee. His vehicle had a mine roller attached to the front. It was designed to set off any IEDs without causing damage to the main vehicle. Humvees with mine rollers could be a bitch to drive because of narrow and uneven roads. Lead Humvee got stuck in a ditch. Dismount soldiers got out to tie 2 straps from second Humvee to lead Humvee. Revved up engine and pulled out lead Humvee. Mission continued. Chatter on the net heated up. Word on street was that police station in town near our JSS had been overrun by insurgents. Town in chaos. Everybody got charged up. Finally, an opportunity to see some action outside of IEDs and mortars. We rushed back to JSS. Smoke Rod, platoon leader, and squad leaders went to the Tactical Operations Center. TOC, to get briefed. The rest of us fueled up trucks and loaded up on ammo. Leadership came out to us after their brief, then briefed us. The radio chatter was true. Insurgents from the Mahdi army took over a local police station. Elements of the 101st Airborne responded, pulled up to the town, and were holding things down until reinforcements arrived. Both platoons got ordered to roll out. To diversify things, we brought Humvees and MRAPs. I was a gunner in Smoke Rod's Humvee with a defective .50 caliber. Instead of it shooting automatic, it shot single shot. I'd have to cock it, fire around, cock it, fire around. Very annoying. I took it to the armor, and they weren't able to fix it. Couldn't replace it either. So I was stuck with a piece of shit 50. Adrenaline pumping as we rolled out of the front gate. As we approached the town, we passed an empty market. Meat carcasses hung from racks. Smell filled my nostrils. Saw 101st Humvees in the distance. As we pulled up to town, a Nissan pickup truck drove off. Some of us followed it. Truck stopped. Driver questioned. He told us that the insurgents took over buildings around police station. Driver was allowed to leave, but was told to stay away until things settled down. My platoon set up outer security on one side of town, and other platoons set up security on other side. We had a kind of L shape going on. Hyper-aware, hyper-vigilant, hyper-focused. Every movement got noticed. "Look over there," Rome said. He was sitting in the back seat and saw people behind a metal wall. Their feet could be seen in the open space between ground and wall. "Oh shit!" I thought we were going to be ambushed from the left. Traversed turret to that direction. Let off a couple of rounds. Pow! Cock round. Pow! Cock round. No bodies dropped. Feet ran off. Good thing no bodies dropped. It would have been hard to explain shooting when I didn't see any weapons pointed at me. Traverse turret back to original position. About 50 feet in front of truck, there were dogs eating an animal carcass. When one dog dragged the carcass, a bunch of flies popped out. I was just hoping that those third world flies didn't make their way to me. Street in front of me empty. Streets cleared out. Streets quiet. That meant one thing. Contact would be coming soon. Sand niggas started the party. I heard AK-47 rounds popping off. Shit was getting real. I heard whizzes and pops, but I didn't hear any snaps. If it's a snap, the bullet is right by your head. About 30 yards down the road, I saw a brown man wearing flip-flops, sweatpants, and a suit coat with a rocket-propelled grenade, RPG, launcher. He lifted his weapon and fired. I could see the smoke trail. As the RPG got closer, my booty hole got tighter. Slow motion, just like the movies. Good thing Haji had a bad aim. RPG flew past my truck and hit the ground a couple of meters behind me. "Shoot that bitch." Smoke Rod didn't have to tell me twice. Pow! Cock round! Pow! Cock round! Pow! Cock round! Pow! Cock round. More bullets were coming our way. "What the fuck is going on up there?" Smoke Rod yelled. "I told you that this bitch was fucked up, Smoke." The shit got old quick. I just pulled out my M4 and left off a few rounds. Shooting at an enemy I couldn't see. They were in the building across from where I originally got shot at from. Could just see muzzle flashes from windows. I shot more rounds in that direction. Then it got quiet. Chatter over the net was going crazy. My heart was racing. Didn't have time to process what had happened. Had to stay alert to stay alive. We waited in the silence. A striker from Kilo Troop pulled up next to us. I yelled over to the soldier in the striker's gunner's hatch. I told him what was going on. He told me that a couple of squads from Kilo were clearing buildings in the town. Heard more gunfire. Then it got quiet again. Sun was setting. Imam's voice rang from the mosque. He's praying and telling the insurgents where the enemy positions are, our Terp informed us. Something oobed the Imam's voice was very calming. I needed it after the wildest day of my life. Eventually, Smoke Rod told us that we were heading back to the JSS. Kilo would be pulling overnight security to make sure no insurgents were able to get out of town. Made it back to JSS. Refueled, reloaded, and prepared. Didn't know if we were going to get called back out again. All of us were still turned up from the day we had. Tired, but still turned up. I laid down in my bed. Heard the sounds of Apaches shooting Hellfire missiles in the distance. Mind wandered, passed out. Woke up next morning. We would be on standby for the day. Headquarters sent out a squad to support Kilo. Later that day, headquarters came rushing back. One of their Humvees had got hit by an RPG. Luckily for the gunner, the RPG hit the protective glass of the gunner's hatch. Gunner got knocked unconscious, but he was alive. Suffered a concussion. He told us that he was never going to go out on a patrol ever again. He was true to his word. My squad rolled out that night to pull security. I sat in the back seat of the Humvee all night. Got to operate the crew-serve weapon. It was automated and could be operated with a joystick. The screen in front allowed me to see everything in the dark. Cool shit. The next day, everything died down. Murda Mook ordered his fighters to stand down and stop attacking Iraqi security forces. He framed it as an effort to preserve the unity of Iraq and avoid more bloodshed. This statement was broadcast publicly and delivered through his movement, and most Mahdi army units, including those near Taji, complied. Violence dropped sharply after the order, though smaller splinter groups continued fighting sporadically. The immediate ceasefire was restored by Sadr's public order, not through direct military defeat. However, the Iraqi government and U.S. forces used the moment to weaken the Mahdi army's hold, particularly by cracking down on special groups, rogue militias tied to Iran, who ignored Sadr's call. For Taji, it meant a return to relative calm, but with heavier U.S. surveillance and operations to prevent militias from regrouping. So the resolution was essentially political, not battlefield. Sadr ordered compliance, and that pulled most of the teeth out of the fighting, even around hotspots like Taji. Each soldier dealt with the deployment differently. Downtime helped keep the crazy away, but too much time to think added fuel to the crazy fire. Roger wanted to go home to his new wife. Roger was Mexican but got adopted by white parents, so he had a very European last name. Roger got married a few months before we deployed. Good or bad move, depending on how you look at it. Good move money-wise. Bad move on the psychological side. I didn't know what was going on back home for him, but Roger really wanted to go home. Iraq will do some crazy things to your mind. Roger fell victim to the voices in his head. Those voices could have been telling him how much his wife enjoyed Jody's dick. Roger could have been visualizing his queen taking rear D from a soldier back in Vilsec on rear D, rear detachment. Some guys are into that shit, though. Hey, bitch, if you get dick, don't let me find out, or let me find out and send the pictures. That could be extreme. Maybe Roger just really missed his new wife. He saw that West went home earlier in the deployment and thought he could do the same. West was having serious back and mental health issues that were keeping him from being effective. West had deployed to Iraq with 2-8. Some of those issues must have lingered. Roger jumped out of a guard tower. His plan was to fuck himself up enough so he would be sent home. No dice. His plan failed. I wonder what was going on in his head while he laid there. Yes, Jody, your dick feels so good, Daddy. Working out helped keep my mind occupied. I had more shit going on back home than Roger did. Michelle might have been still fucking Cutral. I couldn't think about that. Didn't want to jump out of a guard tower. Our JSS had enough flat ground and room for us to get a good run in. Even in a combat zone, you better be ready to pass a PT test. The lieutenant that played football at West Point told Chief Rob about CrossFit. West Point put together a small CrossFit gym. That first CrossFit workout we did was the Filthy 50. Complete 50 reps of each of the following: box jumps, jumping pull-ups, kettlebell swings, 35/26 pounds, American style, walking lunges, 50 steps, knees to elbows, push press, 45/35 pounds barbell, back extensions, wall balls, 20/14 pounds to 10/9 feet target, burpees, double under. I felt a different level of soreness for the next week. Being sore from CrossFit during a presence patrol was so fun. What else was fun was watching how much cash we were dropping on the locals. To help develop local security, the Sons of Iraq program was developed. They were like armed rent-a-cops. The Sons of Iraq were responsible for manning checkpoints in their town. We'd check on them, pay them, and collect intel. They felt empowered to protect their own communities. Iraq strained relationships within the ranks. Being stressed from above caused us to stress each other. The heat didn't help either. Root was a bratty white boy from Boston. Maybe I subconsciously couldn't stand him because he was a Red Sox fan. The Red Sox eliminated my Cardinals in the 2004 World Series. I might have tried to run his ass over while I drove the MRAP. Well, that's what his bitch ass accused me of. He was ground guiding me to a parking space. I might have thought he was walking too slow and I was ready to park. Him being slow cut into my downtime. Downtime was precious and priceless. Sleep was priceless too. Never felt like I could get enough of it. Presence patrols were boring. Extra boring if you were a driver or gunner and had to stay in the truck. Boredom led to disassociation. Disassociation led to me dozing off. Dozing off led to me hearing a loud bang on my gunner's hatch. Bruce K. caught me slipping. What the fuck? I was supposed to be protecting him in my other battles, but the Z-monster tapped me on my shoulder. I knew Bruce K. was going to have get his point across when we got back to the JSS. He sure did. Bruce K. smoked me in front of my bunk and made me write an essay on the importance of situational awareness. Presence patrols made me more of my flat feet and deformed ankles. My overpronated feet made it so that sometimes I was walking on the insides of my ankles. That shit slowed me down during dismounted patrols. I know Chief Rob was tired of telling my ass to keep up. That son would be working too. After one patrol, I went straight to my bunk, stripped off my gear, and collapsed. One of the homies took a picture of me. I laid there looking red as a pepper, with ice-cold water bottles on my ankles. Things were getting stale for us at Taji and JSS Gator. Our areas of operation were pretty secure. We were getting word that it was heating up in the Diyala province, Bakuba to be exact. Diyala was highly mixed, Sunni, Shia, Kurds, which made it a hotspot for sectarian violence and militia influence. Old sectarian wounds from the Civil War years, 2006 to 2007, hadn't healed. Sunni and Shia groups still distrusted each other, and killings, kidnappings, and forced displacement continued. Many neighborhoods in Bakba remained depopulated or resettled by families of one sect after others had fled. Al-Qaeda in Iraq, AQI, had lost its open grip on Bakuba, but still operated in rural zones and river valleys. They carried out car bombings, assassinations, and intimidation campaigns, often targeting local leaders or rival tribes. Checkpoints, fake and real, created fear. Civilians never knew whether they'd meet police, militias, or insurgents. Sunni tribal militias like the Sons of Iraq patrolled some areas, trying to keep AQI out. Their rise added another layer of tension, as the Shia-led government in Baghdad distrusted them, and AQI considered them traitors. Shia militias, especially Mahdi army factions, were still active in parts of Diyala, leading to occasional clashes with rival Sunni groups. Baquba was slowly reopening after the worst violence of 2006 to 2007, but daily life was fragile. Bombings in marketplaces and targeted killings of community leaders kept people anxious. Families dealt with shortages of food, water, and electricity, and many displaced residents hesitated to return home. Fear dictated routines, which road to take, which neighborhood to enter, and when it was safe to be outside. Spring 2008 in Bakba meant living with constant uncertainty. A QI still struck from the countryside. Sectarian militias jostled for influence. The Sons of Iraq tried to impose fragile order, and civilians carried the weight of loss, displacement, and fear. That's the shit that we would be looking forward to. 2SCR had orders to move to Diyala province. We'd be relieving 42ID at FOB Warhorse and FOB Gabe. Most of the infantry squadrons would go to FOB Gabe since that FOB was in Baquba. The rest of us would go to Warhorse. Another unit came to take over JSS Gator. We did a condensed version of right and left seat rides with them. JSS Gator had become a second home for us, but it was time to let it go. Packed up our shit and went back to Taji. Once back at Taji, we packed up our shit, cleaned our CHUs for move out, and prepared our vehicles for the road trip up north. Our CHUs got inspected because a new unit would be moving in. Packed up our trucks. We'd be leaving in the evening. Rome wasn't leaving with us. He was going home for R&R. Next time I would see him again would be at Warhorse. The night before we left, the movie theater at Warhorse got rocketed. 2-hour road trip. Most of the driving happened at night, crossed a bridge. It was so dark that it looked like we were crossing a canyon. Made it to Warhorse with no issues. First thing I noticed was the darkness. Kept it dark to throw off the enemy. Took a while to figure out where we needed to park. Unpacked trucks once we did. Moved into transition tents. Got settled. Got briefed and told wake-up time. A few of us went to the computer lab to surf the net and check our emails. Boom. Outgoing artillery startled us new arrivals. 3rd ACR was handling the artillery for Warhorse. Walked back to tent. Took a baby white bath and went to sleep on my cot. Rise and shine. Hygiene then chow. On the way to the chow hall, I saw soldiers with second ID patches. I bet it was a mind fuck for a lot of them, because our patches used to be their patches before the rainy reflag ceremony at Fort Lewis. It was also a mind for me to see the Asian chick that I gave chlamydia to back at Lewis. Saw her on my way to chow. I don't know if she saw me, but I'm pretty sure she did. No pleasantries were exchanged. We both kept it moving. Also saw Bowen at the chow hall. He hadn't forgotten about his wife getting fucked by Sergeant Phillipson. Would have been wild if Bowen got killed during his tour with 4-2. We had to keep Phillipson and Bowen from crossing each other's paths. Probably should have just let Bowen beat Phillipson's ass one good time. We did our right and left seat rides with the unit we were relieving. An infantry platoon pulled up to our tents in their strikers and dumped off ammo. They didn't need it. 5.56 rounds, 7.62 rounds, .50 caliber rounds, Mark 19 rounds, and grenades. It was like Christmas for killers. After we got done with our left seat rides, we moved into our CHUs. They were a slight upgrade from the ones we had back in Taji. Our first mission was to clear a road that hadn't been cleared in months. 4/2 had pretty much given up as their deployment was ending. They originally were supposed to do a 12-month tour, but got extended to 15 while they were in Iraq. At least a 15-month bid was in our deployment orders. The ironic thing was that it was announced that deployments were going back to 12 months during our tour, but we were still going to do the whole 15. 4-2 was running on fumes, and the last thing they wanted to do was clear roads. Didn't want to risk getting fucked up in their last days in country. We were tasked to do a dismounted clearance of the road. Somebody could get fucked up, but that road had to be cleared. Game is the game. Stressful mission, but it got done. Our area of operation looked different than Taji. There was way more vegetation, thick palm groves. Taji had more open area. The first couple of months in our new home resembled a lot of what we did back in Taji. A lot of getting to know the people, places, and things around Bakuba and Al-Khalis. The unit we relieved left us Cayman MRAPs. Caymans had a longer and sleeker design than the Max Pros. More passenger space, too. Terrain in the area we patrolled determined which vehicles were used. Didn't want to be like Bravo. Back when we were at Taji, one of their MRAPs fell into a canal. Road couldn't handle weight of such a large vehicle and gave way. MRAP fell into canal. MRAP filled with water. Everybody got out but one soldier almost drowned. My platoon was nearby on patrol, so we provided security during the recovery process. Summer 2008 was a hot one. I got to Iraq in August of 2007, so I got the tail end of summer. When the weather changed, it felt like Satan's mouth swallowed us, humidity and all. Uncle Sam turned up the heat on us too. The regiment's mission at Warhorse was not merely to fight, but to transform. Our purpose was to push back the insurgency that had taken root in Diyala, to disrupt Al-Qaeda's influence, secure key routes and villages, and rebuild local confidence in Iraqi forces as well as their government institutions. Every mission, from the smallest patrol to the largest clearing operation, was aimed at handing Iraq back to its people. We became warriors, teachers, and builders all at once, rebuilding what our forces had disrupted. Since we were just doing presence patrols, we had downtime. I hit the gym heavy. Trejo was the battery meathead and plug for steroids. He told me what I needed to know, told me the price. It was a bitch to pull out cash down range, but I made it happen. Gave my money to Trejo. He made the order, waited a couple of weeks. Trejo let me know they arrived. Trejo was cool with Doc, so he got hooked up with needles. He asked if I wanted to inject myself. I told Trejo that he could do it. Didn't want to fuck up the process. The process reminded me of basic training. Exposed my right butt cheek. Trejo wiped it with an alcohol wipe. I felt the needle, then the juice. All done. Massaged it in and headed to the gym. Had that juice in me. Millie provided the motivation, felt like I could lift a bus. Carter 3 dropped and I bought it as soon as it was available at the PX. Ripped tracks off it on my laptop, put them on my iPod. Just like I did when I bought the Dreams Love/Hate album back at Taji. I wasn't aware of the Dream before I bought his album, initially confusing him with Diddy's group, Dream. Love/Hate stayed on repeat during those long guard shifts. Whole album was dope, but Purple Kisses stood out for me. Sounded different from what I heard before. The transitions were flawless, especially when Fast Car transitioned into Nicki. Album could be played front to back without skips. A classic just like Carter 3. You put his dick on the table with that Let the Beat Build beat. Made it easier for me to throw up those big boy weights in the gym. Wake up, eat breakfast chow, mission prep, go out on patrol, eat MRE and MRAP for lunch, go back to FOB, clear weapons, clean crew serve weapons, go to dinner chow, lift weights, watch a movie, shower, beat meat, rinse, wash, repeat. If you counted down the days, then the days moved slower. If you counted down the paychecks, then time moved a little bit quicker. The tricks that you had to play so that time wouldn't play with your mind played with my dick when there was nothing else to do. Scrolled through porn on my hard drive. We'd pass our hard drives around and collect porn from each other. Porn Pokemon. I had a good amount of booty talks. Jacked off to Havana Ginger before she got her new titties. Watched Superhead suck Mr. Marcus to submission. Roxy Reynolds did it for me, though. Little titties and a big ass are my kryptonite. Plus, Roxy's voice had a different level of seduction. Beat my dick 7 times once. Gooned before it was fashionable. By that 7th time, only air came out when I came. My dick wasn't the only thing below my belt getting stimulation. I had hemorrhoids. The heat and humidity made it feel like a swamp in my uniform pants. Every time sweat touched the hemorrhoid, my asshole sizzled like an Applebee's skillet. I wouldn't dare wipe with single-ply toilet paper. Baby wipes, preparation H, and a water bottle for my booty hole. Warhorse sucked even more than Taji when it rained. Warhorse had more sand than gravel. I'd be 7 feet tall by the time I made it to Chow Hall. Spent a good 2 minutes scraping mud off bottom of boots before walking in. Sandstorms added to the Iraq experience. You'd see them coming. Everything tan. We were building relationships with local leaders. They'd give us intel and we'd fund some sort of project with micro grants. Funded a barbershop. One of my NCOs decided to get his hair cut at Habibi Cuts. A local elder cut us in on some pertinent information. He found C4 explosives right outside his village. We thanked him for it, put it in the trunk of Van Doren's Humvee, and went on our way. Boom! 15 minutes later, the same truck with C4 in its trunk hit an IED. Blast from bomb blew off back driver's side quarter of trunk. Good thing there was no electrical spark, or all of us would have been gone. Layden flew out of gunner's hatch but only sustained some bruising. Took a picture of Van Doren smiling next to damaged Humvee. A week later, we went to same town. Drove past a bombed-out car on side of road. We were told that more explosives were found. Some locals planned to bring it to us but didn't get far. Car exploded. Men died. Cold world. Why the fuck am I even over here? A question I asked a lot while I was over there. A lot of pointless missions. Well, they seemed pointless to me. I'm pretty sure the higher-ups knew the point. I didn't know the point of SSG Tran dying. The master plan was to build combat outposts to extend our reach outside of Warhorse. Staying on the FOB for remainder of deployment would just be too good to be true. June 20th, 2008. Staff Sergeant Duha Tran from Charlie Battery got smoked. I learned about it while in our prepping for a patrol. Bravo and Charlie batteries were on a mission in the areas of operation, around where they'd be setting up their combat outposts. Charlie took the lead, and Bravo provided support. Tran's platoon patrolled the palm groves when a booby trap caught them slipping. An explosive in a tree went off and took out Tran. Shrapnel hit Dreyer, Pete, and another soldier. They lived and were eventually sent to Landstuhl, Germany for surgery. About a year later, some leftover shrapnel got into Dreyer's bloodstream, and he died. Tran was born in Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam. When he was 2 years old, his father left Vietnam for asylum in America because of his service in the South Vietnamese Army during the Vietnam War. Tran and his younger sister were raised by his aunt in Vietnam until he was 9. Around that time, they were forced to flee to a refugee camp in Thailand, where they remained for 2 years. When he was 11 years old, He was reunited with his father in San Fernando, California. As a young man, he joined the Army to prove to his father he could survive on his own and to give back to the country that took his family in. Tran loved the Army and his brothers and sisters in arms. He had 3 combat tours, even waiving his dwell time to go on his 3rd tour to roll out with 2 SCR. Tran left behind a wife and kid. The memorial service was super sad. That's the closest death got to me. Show had to go on, though. Platoon leader needed to meet with a village elder. I was on gunner duty that day, provided outer security during meeting. Boredom got the best of me. I made 2 MRE bombs. Here's your MRE bomb making lesson. I feel like this should be some shit out of the anarchist handbook. MRE heater powder is made out of magnesium, iron, and table salt. Just add water to start the chemical reaction. I poured powder into water bottle, added water, screwed on cap, shook it, and threw it out in front of MRAP. Bottle popped. Little entertaining. A couple of kids gathered. I decided to make another bomb, but with more power. Powder from 2 MRE heaters in a Gatorade bottle. Had to move fast. Added powder, added water, screwed on top, taped top, and tossed bottle. Delayed gratification. One of the kids picked up the bottle and tossed it down. Second kid picked up bottle. He put bottle by his face. Boom! Both kids ran home. Lepore and I both had a good laugh. All that fun soon ended. We might have a problem, Lepore said from his driver's seat. I looked in the direction of where Kid ran to and saw a small group of people approaching. My whole Army career flashed before my eyes. Leavenworth flashed before my eyes. The kid returned with his people. I hopped out the MRAP and greeted them. They didn't look angry, just concerned, in need of help. Didn't have a terp with me, so we made do with hand signals. The kid's eye was fucked up, closed and bloody. My medical training instantly kicked in. I washed off the blood with water. There was yellow pus coming from it, too. I wiped off what I could with a gauze. Then I applied gauze to his eye and taped it down. Thank you, mister. Thank you, mister. Gave the kid a Gatorade and sent them on their way. When I got back up my seat, I told Lepore not to say shit. As soon as mission ended and Wiles got back in truck, he told Wiles that I blew up a kid's face. Wiles handled it better than I thought he would after I told him what happened. Laughed and told me not to do that shit again. Sergeant Green came back from R&R acting differently. He talked like he had just found Jesus when he was back home. Green openly carried a Bible and went to Bible study. In my mind, I knew what happened, but I wanted to hear Green's story. His cheating days caught up to him. When we had a moment alone, I asked him if everything was good. He had that guilty look in his eyes. He proceeded to tell me what happened. During R&R, Green went to Vilsec to spend time with his wife and kids. He also spent time with his side chick. Side bitch was one of Green's wife Mecca's good friends. Friends from when the Greens were stationed in Bamberg, Germany. Side bitch was married to Green's homie. I met her a couple of times in Vilsec when the Greens had barbecues at their house. Side bitch was fine, but I fell for the illusion that all of them were in a happy marriage, so I didn't make a move. Side bitch visited Vilsec to see the Greens, since Green was home. Her husband deployed to Afghanistan before we deployed to Iraq. After dinner at the Greens, Side bitch went back to Rose Barracks on post lodging. Now, I don't know what excuse Green used to get out the house, but he made it happen. Green met up with Side bitch, went back to her room. Fucked. Mecca's spidey senses must have been tingling. She called Side bitch. Mecca wanted to come over. Side bitch tried to throw her off the scent, but Mecca insisted. Green thought he had more time, but he didn't. Next thing he knew, Mecca called back. She was outside and wanted side bitch to let her in. Green panicked. Green hopped out the window. No shirt on. He ran to a friend's house, grabbed a white tee. When Green got home, the jig was up. Mecca made it back home. It didn't help that Green wasn't wearing the same shirt that he left in. Green confessed. Mecca had too much invested and was too dependent on Green to leave. But she didn't make it comfortable during his remaining time at home. I'm sure that he couldn't wait to get back to Iraq, but didn't want to leave his wife unattended at the same time. Green entered the Ho to Holy Portal. This is a classic move that men and women choose when sex or drugs fuck up their lives. They get high off Jesus because Jesus is one hell of a drug. For the rest of the deployment, Green worked to prove that he changed. My physique changed. Arnold's pumping iron inspired me. One of my favorite scenes is when Lou Ferrigno did push presses in a sweaty basement. With every rep, he yelled Arnold's name. Arnold! 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 Watching pumping iron taught me that the pump felt like an orgasm. I also ordered the Rough Riders Thug workout DVD, a video of niggas working out in the park. Push-ups, pull-ups, and dips were their exercises of choice. My body felt tight, muscular, and strong. I had Lepore take a picture of me before one of our missions. Shirt off. Michelle's name tattooed on my chest. Me holding my rifle. I looked like a Greek god. Every blue moon, the kid whose face I blew up comes to mind. I wonder what he's up to in life. Maybe one day he'll be president of Iraq and I'll be part of his origin story. Maybe he prayed to his ancestors after I fucked his face up because for an 11-day stretch in Iraq, my battery got hit by IEDs. During the week of July 4th, 2008, an IED hit our platoon. We were down one MRAP, rolled out with 3 on 4th of July, another, why the fuck are we even out here type of day, just a routine presence patrol. I sat in the gunner's hatch of middle MRAP, 240B facing left towards tree line. Out of corner of my left eye, I saw blast, then heard boom. Rear truck got hit. Romero and Van Doren rode in that truck. For a few seconds, I thought my Mexican niggas in that truck got killed. Snapped out of it quickly when I saw soldiers getting out of back of MRAP. Then reality hit. I heard bullets. Contact left. Complex ambush. Rounds cooking off from burning MRAP. Maybe or maybe not. I wasn't waiting to find out. The spirit of John Rambo came over me and I let loose on the tree line. I went through almost a whole belt of rounds before hearing, "Ceasefire." Everybody got out alive. Sexton suffered a burn on his ass. Van Doren got hit with a little smoke inhalation. As I write this, I think about how many IEDs missed me, and how Van Doren got hit by 2. Once things settled, we provided security. Van Doren took my place so he could get some air. Wiles took a group of us to an abandoned house. The inside was burned out and looked haunted. We set up overwatch on top of roof. Waited for recovery to come. Long day, long night. I passed out. Water flowing down my back woke me up. Wiles poured it. Wake your ass up. QRF finally arrived with a wrecker. Slow ride back home. Passed out as soon as I laid down in my bed. A July 4th to remember. The 12-month mark fucked my mind real good. Instead of cuddling with us, Uncle Sam bent us over and gave us that work. Command wanted us off FOBs. They wanted us amongst the people yet again. Before our combat outpost, COP, could be built, we needed to clear the roads that would lead to it and the area around it. Uncle Sam is a sadist. Operations for COP construction started late July. Every day felt like a sweat lodge. First order of business involved clearing out palm groves surrounding our prospective construction site. Mission started early, but that heat hit quick. I was part of the dismounted patrol. Them palm groves made me say nigger out loud. Drew short as straw. Had to carry radio. Extra weight on top of full battle rattle. Made sure I was hydrated as I could be. Didn't want to be a heat casualty. Dealt with that before in our platoon. One of my battles got dehydrated, and for the next week we had forced hydration formations. During a set period of time, we drank a bottle of water every hour on the hour. Drank until we threw up. Wasn't trying to revisit that, but every breath I took felt labored. Made me had even more respect for Vietnam vets. Felt relief when we got out the palm groves, but heat still kicked my ass. Radio monkey on my back felt extra heavy, then felt heavy thud of an explosion in the distance. A MRAP got hit by an IED. I think it was Top Dotson's MRAP. Everybody lived. Everything told us to shut things down for the day, but leadership wanted us to keep going. My body said no more. We took a knee while we waited for our next move, and I took a seat. I was out of it. Tapped out. Needed an IV. Doc Cordes hooked me up. That cold saline felt so good flowing through my veins. Gone through enough for the day. Higher-ups decided that we could go back to Warhorse. I got a ride back to FOB in Medic MRAP. Got clowned for being a heat casualty, but I didn't give a fuck. Felt nice to get some princess treatment for once. After clearing out palm groves, next task was to clear roads. Engineers cleared roads. We watched roads at night to make sure they were safe for Bob the Builder to travel. Night missions were much more forgiving. Not as hot. Not as chaotic. When it wasn't your turn to watch the Long-Range Advanced Scout Surveillance System, LRASS screen, you could squeeze in a nap. One night, I had to take a shit. Walked a few feet out in front of MRAP, popped a squat, and took a dump. Lepore saw the heat of my dookie through LRASS. Another night during Overwatch. The only thing I could think about was getting back to FOB in time to call Girl Child for her 5th birthday. I told Wiles. We got back to FOB on August 3rd, but because of time difference, it was still August 2nd back in St. Louis. Wiles told me I could go straight to phones after we cleared weapons. Girl Child was asleep when I called, but Michelle woke her up. She sounded half asleep when I told her happy birthday. Probably doesn't remember that call. Or maybe Girl Child does. One can only hope. I tried. Moving day finally arrived. COP wasn't as lavish as JSS Gator. No showers, no plumbing, no porta-johns. Wooden outhouses were set up for us. Bitch, you guessed it. Burning shit was set aside for the E4 and below. To make burning shit a little easier, we were encouraged not to piss in the shit barrels. Pissing in a bottle and tossing in the trash was a better alternative. Pulling barrel out is the most tedious task. You have to squat and drag. Don't drag too fast though, or sloppy shit soup would splash on you. Pull shit-filled barrel out to open space. Pour mogas into barrel. Light a rolled piece of mogas soaked paper and toss it into barrel. Watch the flames rise. Man, make fire. Once flames lower, stir shit fire. Burning shit on a 120-degree day was a different world. A different type of Cree summer. Stir until shit hardens and becomes shit ashes. Make sure the ashes are cool before dumping them into shithole or you'll end up like Private Diaz. He poured hot shit ashes into shithole, and some of the ashes flew into dry brush. A fire started. It got pretty big before being put out. I was on guard duty when it happened. Most of us were wishing that the COP burned to the ground. Wishing that those HESCO barriers burned down too. Dotson was a sadist and had us fill HESCO barriers in full battle rattle. I would have rather taken a sniper's bullet than be out there in that heat doing manual labor. Hesco owes me some compensation. We put together a ghetto gym in one of the spare rooms. I didn't want to lose any progress, especially since hoops were jumped through to attain roids. Trejo and I were on different COP rotations. Had to stick myself. Picked out a quiet rooftop so I could get the most privacy. Pulled down my PT shorts. Wiped right booty cheek. Pulled out needed. Stuck myself. Trejo had a softer touch because when I did it, that shit burned. Got it done though. Burned booty cheek from a steroid needle prick or hemorrhoids compared in comparison to discomfort that came from heat rash. The itch that came from it damn near drove me crazy. It felt like the itch I had on my balls when I had a yeast infection, but this time that itch was on my back. Wanted to find nearest tree or wall and slide my back up against it. A rock back scratcher would have been clutch. During a patrol, we were on a rooftop. I couldn't concentrate, so I told Cordis what was going on. She poured a little water down my back and scratched it. I almost had an orgasm. COP wasn't as big as JSS. Didn't have as much space to house both platoons and headquarters platoon. The two platoons would rotate between COP and Warhorse, ran more night missions. Night missions were a godsend. Got to play fuck games when it was cooler. For one of those night games, we rolled out in MR apps. I drove for Sexton. Hated driving because it required keeping up with the maintenance of vehicle. I wasn't savvy in that area. We rolled out without coolant. Even though it was night, the AC still got used. Well, that night, the shit didn't work. Sweaty mission. Sexton not happy. He counseled me as soon as we got back to the FOB. Had a why the fuck are we even here moment during another night mission. Got intel that we needed to check out this one village. Pulled up in our MRAPs and dismounted. It was about a 2-mile walk to the village. Path we took was on edge of irrigation canal. Terp fell in. Had to pull him out. Got to village. Village was empty. Wonderful intel. Some cool shit got sprinkled into our time in Diyala. We responded to an assassination attempt. A mayor made an appearance in a town near Warhorse. The mayor's personal security noticed a suspicious-looking woman. When she got called out, she attempted to run. The bitch tripped, fell, and detonated the bomb under her burqa. When we arrived, there were body parts splattered everywhere. Bruce picked up hair with a piece of the woman's bloody skull attached. Special forces used us for support a couple of times. During one outing, one of their vehicles fell victim to the unforgiving terrain and fell into a canal. We provided support while attempts were made to recover their vehicle. I got to spend my 26th birthday chilling in the back seat of a Humvee. Before another support mission, we got to hang out at the SF compound, located a few miles outside of Warhorse. We ate a lot of their snacks. We were never invited inside again. They did have a cool range, though. During a non-mission day, we went out there to play with the big boy toys. Root shot the AT-4 rocket launcher. A few of us tossed out some grenades. Great way to let off steam. The pressure of being in Iraq for as long as I was began to apply itself to my mind. Panic attacks hit me randomly before night missions. I had to thug it out. Couldn't tell Rob that I couldn't roll out because of what was going on in my head. Going to the shrink came with too much stigma. We called the shrink the Wizard of Oz. You only went if you didn't have courage, a brain, or heart. Suck that shit up. Air assault missions were the coolest thing we did. Went to airfield to train. We were taught how to properly load and exit the Black Hawk. These missions required more attention to detail because of the increase in intensity. At the end of training, we took a platform photo. Trained killers in front. Side of Black Hawk provided the backdrop. Got to chill during the day. Our air assault missions were conducted at night. Gathered intelligence determined the plan for that night. Rolled out to airfield, sat and waited. First 2 missions were canceled. Went back to our rooms. Third time was the charm. Rolled out to airfield, sat and waited for a little while. Got the call that everything was a go. Did our checks. Smoke Rod and LT conducted our mission brief. My platoon would be snatching up the target. Other platoon would be providing security. Don't know why we were snatching up who we were snatching up, but that wasn't for me to worry about. I wasn't in Iraq to questions, just there to execute. It was go time. Loaded up on the Black Hawk. Lift off. As the bird flew, it felt like I was in one of those Vietnam War movies. Leonard Skynyrd playing in my head, wind blowing in my face. As we got closer, I pulled down my night vision, looked out into the green abyss, heard a countdown, landed, hopped out, followed the soldiers in front of me, kicked in the door, waved the M4. All you heard was, Mister, don't hit me no more. Secured downstairs. Moved upstairs. Family slept on roof. Common practice during summer months. Women crying, kids screaming. I helped secure the roof. Didn't take long for our target to be identified and detained. He tried to play stupid about a certain cell phone we were looking for, but he eventually gave up the goods. Time to get out as fast as we got in. On the way back downstairs, a red and white hijab caught my attention. I snatched it, stuffed it into my flak vest. Our detainees were zipped tied and had black sacks over their heads. The Blackhawks were waiting for us. All I heard were the rotors. One of the detainees got tossed onto the floor of my bird. We loaded up. I gave the detainee a swift kick to his ribs, just for general principles. Black Hawk lifted off the ground. More imaginary psychedelic rock music playing in the background. Made it back to Warhorse. It all went by so quick. Turned detainees over to authorities. I'm just glad we didn't have to watch them like we did with a few detainees back at JSS Gator. After our debriefing, we went to the DFAC for midnight chow. Later that day, I tossed my souvenir into laundry bag and took it to the laundry to be washed. We had been going hard. Smoke Rod thought it was a good idea to take a day trip to Anaconda. Anaconda had a pool, big PX, and more females to look at. It was a good little hike to get there. We treated it like a regular mission. Arrived safely. Would have sucked to get by an IED during a day trip. 2 soldiers stayed behind to guard our weapons and flak vests. We'd rotate those soldiers so they could enjoy themselves too. I didn't know how much I needed that pool. For that brief moment in time, it felt like I was back in the real world. I felt human. It felt like we were adolescent boys. It felt like we were recreating the pool scene from The Sandlot. Wasn't desperate enough to fake a drowning to get some titties in my face. Although I did have to make sure I was on soft before getting out of the pool. Food court, big PX, computer lab, and phone center. All places that we enjoyed for the day. Then it was time to go back to reality. Things were finally slowing down. Gave me time to prepare for the promotion board. Promotion boards downrange were a little bit more relaxed than the ones back in Garrison. Either I didn't prepare enough, or I was too anxious, but I bombed the pre-board. Trying to disassemble and reassemble the 240 Bravo under pressure fucked me up. Didn't even get to the part where I'd be asked questions. Smoke Rod, Rob, and Bruce were all disappointed in me. No Sergeant Stripes for me. The perk of being deployed was fast promotions. No dice. Re-enlistments with tax-free bonuses and choice of duty station were another perk of deployments. I was in my re-enlistment window. Considered taking signing my life away for 6 years, $5,000, and Fort Hood as my duty station. I picked Fort Hood because that's what Romero re-enlisted for, and I thought it would be a good idea to follow my dad's footsteps. My childhood made Germany feel familiar. I thought that Killeen, Texas would do the same for me. 4 years. Get out. The original plan. Life happens. 2008. Economy went to shit. Not a good time to be a civilian. Plus, I didn't want to leave the army from Germany. Would have been a bitch trying to readjust on top of looking for a job or enrolling in school. Rob reminded me that any contract over 4 years was stupid to sign. I kept that in mind when I turned the first offer down. Took next offer. 2-year extension, no bonus, choice of duty station. I talked to Sergeant Major Diamond. He said he would get me Fort Riley. Had a re-enlistment ceremony. I raised my right hand and took oath of enlistment for the 3rd time in front of a United States flag. The longer we were in Iraq, the chances of some shit happening increased. Outside of struggling with his weight and PT, Lepore was a good soldier. He had a brother, who was a lieutenant. We met him at FOB Liberty. Lepore's luck ran out towards the tail end of the deployment. He and one of his buddies from headquarters got too high off cough syrup. They were both found passed out asleep in the computer lab. Tough break. Iraq sucked enough. Then slap an Article 15 on top of it with a promise to be chaptered out of the army after we got home. That's what Lepore got hit with. The game is rigged. You can't lose if you don't play. Blame it on rap music. Syrup was in almost every other rap song around that time. The only way to escape from a place that you can't leave is to get high. We were finally coming down from our deployment high. Things were winding down. We were seeing 25th ID patches. Trippy to see because, for a lot of us, those patches used to be our patches. The fact that 2nd Brigade, 25th ID, was leaving Taji as we arrived, and 3rd Brigade, 25th ID were relieving us added to the trippy. Elements of 1st Brigade, 25th ID called Warhorse their home too. That's that unit Track Palin, Sarah Palin's son, served with. The rumor mill generated the idea that he was a general's driver. He had some cushy job title that allowed him to do a fraction of the work, but get double the end of tour awards as his peers. We didn't mind any of the bullshit that came with the process of going home. Gladly handed over our combat outpost. It was like being a happy cuck. Here you go, fuck my bitch in front of me. I'll be sitting over here in the motel chair watching with my dick in my hand. Left and right seat rides were even better. All I had to do was go along for the ride and take photos. There's a cool picture of me standing in between a couple of Iraqi police. One is holding a rocket launcher and I'm giving the bird. Didn't give a fuck. Didn't give a fuck about how many times we had to load and unload a Konex. Didn't give a fuck. Didn't give a fuck about standing in line to ship boxes back to Germany. Didn't give a fuck about giving shit away to soldiers from 25th. Bitch, we were going home. Didn't give a fuck about cleaning up my room before moving into transition tents. One step closer to getting the fuck out of Iraq. Didn't give a fuck about sleeping on cots again. Didn't give a fuck about waking up in the middle of the night to go piss and seeing Spanky's woobie going up and down. Didn't give a fuck about seeing Key curled up like a baby when he slept. Sergeant Key got to our unit right before he left for Iraq. Everybody thought he was a bitch. We'd openly disrespect him. Didn't give a fuck, though. We were going home. Had our end of tour award ceremony. I racked up a nice amount of awards. Combat action badge for getting shot at by that sand nigger rockin' flip-flops, sweatpants, and a suit coat. Army Commendation Medal for praying and spraying on July 4th, 2008. Good Conduct Medal for staying out of trouble for 3 years. Toss in an Army achievement in there for shits and giggles. My dress uniform was going to be stacked with all that plus the Iraqi campaign ribbon, Global War on Terrorism ribbon, Overseas Service ribbon, combat patch on my right sleeve, and some combat stripes. Those few weeks in the transition tents were the most fun I had in Iraq. Knew I was going home, got way more downtime. Went extra hard in the gym to get my body ready for all that fucking I planned on doing when I got back to Germany. We had Wi-Fi in the tents. Didn't have to go to computer lab. Struck up a late-night conversation with Mecca on MySpace. We messaged each other a few times before moving over to Yahoo Messenger. I always found Mecca attractive. Thought her Boston accent was cute. I respected Green because I thought Green respected his marriage. Even after he made it known to me that he fucked other bitches, it didn't seem like a good idea to try and make a move on his wife. Would have made shit difficult for me at work. Up until going to Iraq, Mecca came off as a woman that believed she was in a happy marriage. One wrong move at the wrong time could have caused jazz music to stop. Wasn't trying to have a "you trying to fuck my wife" conversation. Plus, I didn't think that would take a risk on a specialist when her husband was a staff sergeant. That shit don't matter, though. A hurt bitch will do some hurtful shit, especially if she's embarrassed. Men cheat to cheat. Women cheat with a purpose. Mecca probably knew that I knew about what Green did, but I played stupid until she brought it up. Interesting hearing the sequence of events from her perspective. I played the concerned friend for about 30 minutes. Then I pulled the trigger. Shot my shot, and it went in. Nothing but net. Opened a door to see a different side of Mecca. She told me that she found me attractive too. I turned it up a notch. We cyber-fucked, had her fingering herself. I typed with one hand. Jacked my dick with the other while under my whoopee. Tried not to be as obvious as Spanky. I could hear her soft Boston accent through the screen. She came. I came. We almost came together. Felt good to see Green the next day. Mecca and I talked on Messenger every night until I left Iraq. Every step you took to get closer to going home felt like it came with a video game boss that had to be defeated. Everything that was going back to Germany in a Connex container needed to be inspected by customs first. Soldiers from regimental support stood watch to make sure there wasn't any funny business going on. Wanted to make sure we weren't smuggling shit. I wasn't a fan of regimental support. The blood cooks that jumped me at checkpoint were in RSS. Super disappointed when I heard that they survived the whole deployment. The joys of not rolling outside the wire regularly. One of our RSS overseers was being a dick. Sergeant Elliott. Remember that name for later. Trust me on this one. We put up with his shit because we were going the fuck home. A couple of weeks before my flight to Kuwait, I thought that trip would be made in a body bag. Walked out of the dining facility with my to-go plate. Boom, 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 incoming! I ran a 4.340 to the nearest bunker. Got the all clear. Booked it back to tent for accountability. All of our guys made it back. Rockets smoked some guys from 25th. Better them than us. Better to die within the first 90 days than suffer for a whole deployment then get killed. I told Mecca about it that night. She gave me some sympathy cybersex. We talked about fucking when I got back. Green signed up to be a part of trail parties so he'd be with the last group of soldiers that went back to Vilsack. I guess he wanted to experience peace before going to the war at home. I figured it would give me plenty of time to fuck his wife. The time to head home finally arrived. Hopped on a Chinook for a flight to Ballad. Stay at Anaconda for a few days. I felt different walking around the FOB, knowing I was leaving Iraq. Getting an extra $1,000 a month for staying over 12 months sweetened things, but I was ready to go home. C-13, flight from Balad to Kuwait. Stayed a few days at Camp Virginia. A few days of decompression. A few days of lining up pussy for my return to Germany. Steffi and I were talking again. Michelle was still my wife, but she wouldn't be in Vilsack when I got back. Computer lab was the next stop after dinner chow. MySpace, then Hot or Not, linked with a chick named Sweets on there. She was Native American and in the Air Force, stationed in Germany. Saved her in the long game mental folder. Mecca and I were still hitting each other up on Yahoo Messenger. 8 months without pussy had me ready to put her pussy through a wall. There wasn't much to do, so the days in Kuwait moved slower. At the end of the day, some of us would sit in the tent joking about the soldiers that were going to kill their wives when we got back, or the ones that were going back to empty bank accounts. I was happy to have money at end of deployment. Even with a family and paid off debt, I still had something to show for my 15-month bid. Technically, it was 14 months. I flew to Germany on October 30th, 2008. The Army accountant was surgical with the math. If my main body flight would stayed in Kuwait 2 more days, we would have received $1,000 more for our pain and suffering. I felt no pain when I boarded that plane. Big smiles from the flight attendants when they welcomed us. A wave of anticipation swept through cabin as we took off. 4 hours of looking forward to life away from the sandbox. We gave ourselves a pass for clapping when wheels touched down. Exited plane, got on bus ride home. I gazed out the window. Green scenery had me in a trance. Just a day prior, I was looking at nothing but tan. Contrast is beautiful even when it feels ugly. Everybody on bus got excited as we approached front gate to Rose Barracks. MP at gate got on bus. Welcome home soldiers. MP got off bus. Bus moved forward. Dependents were lined up on both sides of main road. They held up signs and cheered. There were also big welcome home signs in the grass. My battles pointed out a sign for me. Welcome home, my light-skinned wonder, from Steffi. A sign was nice, but I wanted some pussy. Bus pulled up to Fire Squadron motor pool. Turned in our weapons. We were debriefed, given a safety brief. Jokes of, "Don't kill your wife if you find out she was fucking Jody," floated through the ranks. Sat around and waited for a while. Then we got into formation, marched to gym. We sang a cadence while we marched into a bright gym full of cheering people. All I remember hearing was, "Mark time march, halt, left face," some words being spoken by somebody important, and "fall out." I had nobody to run to. No one was there to greet me. Just like with graduation at Fort Sill, I told my family to stay put because I would be home soon. Walked through the crowd of soldiers greeting their families and found single soldiers to dap up. Welcome home. Group of single soldiers that lived in the barracks found NCO in charge. We casually walked to barracks, hung out in front of the building where we'd be living again. Same building, but new feeling. Feeling of returning to a place we'd had not seen in over a year. Area looked slightly different. Infantry barracks across the yard was complete. NCO in charge passed out room keys. I walked upstairs to second floor, made a right. Passed up a few doors until I got to my room on the right. Same room as before. Open door. Turned on light and saw all my belongings in black boxes. The movers made sure to deliver our stuff before we arrived. Felt weird to be back. Maybe I felt what convicts felt when they were fresh out of prison. I sometimes wish I could go back in time and simply observe myself standing in that barracks room right after returning from Iraq, just after the welcome home ceremony where no one was there waiting for me. In a way, I take responsibility for that. I had told my family, I'm going to be coming home on leave soon, which would have been about a month later, definitely that December. Because of that, I didn't see the point of them traveling all the way out there. I would have had to house them, figure out logistics, and at the time, it just didn't seem necessary. Things with Michelle were also strange during that period. In a way, we were back together and somewhat reconciled, but it never fully felt like we had truly come back together. Something in our marriage had permanently shifted when we moved to Norfolk. I could already feel that change earlier, when she came with my dad to pick me up after basic training. Even then, I had told everyone, I'll be home soon anyway, so there's no point in y'all showing up. Looking back, part of me wishes they had pushed back and said, no, we're coming to see you. Sometimes you have to say out loud what you really want, and I didn't do that. That night in the barracks room, after everything, what I really wanted was simple human connection and intimacy. While telling this story, I've tried to avoid filling it with a lot of, I don't know, I don't recall, or I don't remember. At the same time, I didn't want every small detail to get in the way of the larger point of the story, the moment itself. Standing there alone after everything that had happened says enough. I asked myself later, did I actually spend that night with Steffi? I know I called her because she had made that sign for me. I think even Top Dotson asked me about it at one point. It's strange how some details stick while others fade. In my mind, there are almost two different versions of the story. One where I spent the night with her and we hooked up, and another where I didn't. What I do know is that I saw her sometime that weekend. I'd have to go back and check the exact date of the week we returned. But if you're reading this, you can look it up yourself. October 30th, 2008. So much of that period was a blur, but I remember that Steffi and I linked up and went out. We might have gone to Cheers or another bar in Vilsec. At some point, we were hanging out with Miller and his girlfriend. Sergeant Miller was part of that group of NCOs who had been in Germany with First Sergeant Dotson, joined us at Fort Lewis, and then ended up back in Germany with us because they didn't want to leave. Sergeant Miller was cool too. A tall Jamaican guy who had his own section and was seeing a German woman. The rumor going around was that Giamfi had been with her before him. Miller was part of that same circle that included Green and Giamfi. But thinking back on it now, I'm not even sure we actually went out that night. Some of those memories blend together, and the more I try to pin them down, the less certain they become. What I do remember clearly is the feeling of being back, trying to reconnect with people and places after everything we'd just gone through. I think we just went to Miller's place, since he was staying off post. We drank, and of course, I was a lightweight again, because I hadn't really consumed alcohol in high doses for 15 months. It didn't take long before I got drunk. A wave of emotions hit me all at once. The next thing I remember, I was in Miller's bathroom throwing up. After that, I ended up sitting in the tub, just crying. Really ugly crying. The whole time I kept saying that I wanted to go back. I wanted to go back to Iraq. I was completely messed up at that moment. After I calmed down, I started apologizing to Miller, his girlfriend, and Steffi. Miller understood. That wasn't his first deployment, and it wasn't his first rodeo. We were all back in the world again, trying to settle into normal life, but none of us really talked to each other about what we had been through. We were just happy to be home. Nobody sat down and talked about Tran from Charlie Battery getting killed. Dreyer, who had been injured in that same blast, was already in Germany by then. Pete, I think, had come home early because he had also been injured. Those things were in the background, but we didn't really say them out loud. We didn't talk about Sergeant Johnson from Kilo Troop getting smoked. We didn't talk about any of the wild shit. We didn't talk about anything. And it's crazy because I have this picture. Well, you know what? I'm getting ahead of myself, but I'll talk about it anyway. There's this picture of us standing in formation, and every single one of us has that 1,000-yard stare. When you look at it, you can see the deployment written all over our faces. You could see the effects of that deployment all through the barracks. Toledo was getting stupid drunk all the time. Of course, he's native, and that's how he handled it. It reminded me of the Native American character in Flags of Our Fathers, a visual of the classic stereotype of a native drowning pain in alcohol. It was the same kind of energy. It was a repeat of when Perkins used to get drunk and wander through the barracks. You learned to keep your door closed. You just weren't trying to deal with it. You'd see guys in the barracks getting high off duster, doing whatever they had to do to escape for a minute. But the thing is, nobody was talking. Nobody said anything about what we'd been through. You didn't want to alert anyone that you were that messed up, because you were trying to stay deployable. You were trying to go back. You couldn't wait to go home. Then you got home, and before long, you couldn't wait to go back. And just like that, we were back. Army life starts out with a crawl. Go to formations, and we're going through the redeployment processing. We're taking transition classes on how to integrate back into life after Iraq. They're like, hey, if you need to talk to anybody, there's behavioral health, there's the chaplain. But nobody's really taking advantage of that. Also during this time is the presidential elections, and that's when Obama was running. And I remember when I saw Obama speak at the Democratic Convention in 2006, and I was all like, that dude is going to be the first black president of the United States. It's also interesting because I remember when I first saw Michelle Obama, people were saying, she's not Claire Huxtable attractive. Makes you wonder. But I was caught up in the whole hype. I remember I had a shirt that I ordered. It was Barack and Michelle doing that famous pound. And it says, pound it out. Interesting choice of words. You know what? I feel like I'm skating around it, and when I first wrote it or started writing this book, I didn't want to apply what's going on today with going back in history, but fuck it. I went into a Reddit search one day looking for music, and I came out learning that Michelle Obama allegedly was born with a penis. And they call her Big Mike. And ever since then, I can't unsee it. And I wouldn't be surprised if at some point it comes out that Michelle Obama is trans and that she will lead the trans movement. She'll be the Black Caitlyn Jenner. Think about it though. Obama did more for the LGBTQPIA+ community than he did for niggas. If you wanted gender-affirming treatments like bottom and top surgery, Obama would cover it. All niggas got was a phone. So ask yourself this question. Have I ever seen a picture of Michelle Obama pregnant? I didn't vote. I didn't vote at all. I could have done an absentee ballot, but I was super focused on going home. I wasn't worried about who the president was going to be. I was ready to leave. In my mind, it was like, y'all got it? Whoever is supposed to be president will be president. Up until that point, I had only voted once. That was during Bush's second term when I voted for John Kerry. The first time I was eligible to vote, when I was 18, I was away at college and didn't feel like dealing with the absentee process. So, when the election came around, while I was deployed, I just let go and let God. When Obama was elected president, though, it was a moment. Me and Sergeant Will blasted My President by Young Jeezy loud as hell in the barracks. We watched the election celebration on TV, even though it was the ass crack of dawn because of the time difference. What a time. Back then we were hopeful. I hadn't felt that kind of hope as a black person since the 90s. It felt like the whole country had this sense of possibility. Then 9/11 happened years earlier and everything changed. But at that moment, it felt different. Around that same time, I was also getting ready for the promotion board. Sergeant Wiles helped prepare me for it. They wanted me to go before leave because they knew that once everyone came back, things were going to get busy again. That particular board was a little more laid back. I was allowed to wear AC-us. Still, I studied and made sure I was ready. I wanted to walk in there prepared. I don't think, actually, I know, there weren't any weapons in the boardroom to take apart and put back together. It was straight knowledge. You had to know things like the NCO creed. No one is more professional than I. I am a non-commissioned officer. Honestly, that's about all I remember, word for word now. I just remember that the first words of each paragraph spell out NCO. The first word of the first line is no. The second paragraph starts with competence. And I'm pretty sure the last paragraph starts with officer. I knew my stuff, though. I was calm because I had studied hard, really hard. I knew the rates of fire, the specs, and everything about each weapon system. I knew the Army programs and the leadership questions they might ask. I walked in confidently, and I killed it. There was a huge sense of relief when I found out I had passed the board. Honestly, I enjoyed the whole process of preparing for it, getting all my paperwork together, turning everything in, making sure my range card was good, my PT test was squared away, all of it. I wasn't even worried about making points. The cutoff was 350, and the first month they rolled out, I checked and was like, oh, I made 5. But I wasn't tripping because I had college credits. I had already knocked out a bunch of correspondence courses. My weapon score was high. My PT score was high. I was solid. I had way more than enough points. So when the time came, I got pinned. I put on my dress greens with my stripes on them, and it was beautiful. My uniform looked so much more elegant than when I wore it as a private. I had sergeant stripes. I had my combat patch on there, my deployment patches, and all the new decorations. I had my combat action badge, my Global War on Terrorism medal, and my Operation Iraqi Freedom medal. I was feeling like a star, man. That was around the time that formation picture was taken, the one where we all had that 1,000-yard stare. Afterwards, I remember thinking about the timeline because it gets a little confusing in my head. I remember that picture being taken and seeing Obama's picture up, and I started wondering, hold on, was this before or after? I know that I went to the board before I went home on leave. Yeah, that's it. I went to the board before I went home on leave. Obama was sworn into office in January 2009, so thinking back on it, that's interesting how it all lines up. Too bad I wasn't rapping back then, man. I could have dropped a first day out song after getting home from Iraq. But yeah, after all that, I went home to St. Louis on leave. I didn't fuck Mecca. I wanted to, and the opportunity kind of presented itself. If I'd had a car, the chances probably would have been higher. But I didn't. And when I think about it now, the amount of work it would have taken to make it happen, considering the time we had, our schedules, and the fact that she had 2 kids, made it less likely. That's the explanation I come up with in hindsight, at least. Hindsight is 50-50. The moment came when I was out somewhere on post with Steffi. She was driving. I hit Mecca up, and we ended up by Green's house. I probably told Steffi some kind of bullshit excuse. We pulled up, I got out of the car, walked up to the front door, and knocked. Mecca answered. It felt a little awkward actually seeing each other in person. We exchanged words for about 5 minutes, hugged, and that was it. Then I went back to the car, and either we went back to Steffi's house or she dropped me off at the barracks. Choose your own adventure. Not long after that, I went on leave. I flew out of the Nuremberg airport with St. Louis as my destination. I stayed at my grandma's house and visited my parents. My grandma was happy to see me. She reminded me that she'd been praying for me the entire time I was in Iraq. My parents were happy to see me too, though they never really told me what it had been like for them having a son in Iraq. They never talked about how they felt when they saw stories about Iraq on the news. I guess as long as I emailed them or posted something on Facebook, they knew I was all right. I also saw my kids. I saw Michelle, and I saw her kid, Renee. In this strange way, I was trying to work things out with Michelle again. For a little while, I stayed at Michelle's mom's house, with her and the kids. Something had happened with the apartment in Norfolk, and Michelle had to move out. According to her, the Ford Focus we bought had been damaged during a storm and was totaled. I don't think there was insurance on it, so a claim couldn't be filed. I paid that car off while I was in Iraq, a car I had barely even driven. So we were all staying at Michelle's mom's house. It was December, cold as fuck in St. Louis, and the heat wasn't working. For whatever reason, some bill hadn't been paid, so the heat was off. I was staying in Michelle's room with her and the kids, all of us in there together, and it was freezing. I couldn't get warm. I was up all night. Eventually, I got curious. There was a new app called Twitter that had just come out. This was back during the Diddy and Ashton Kutcher Twitter days, when everyone was talking about it. Anytime someone got on, they were confused. People kept asking, "What is this? What do I do? What do I say?" Nobody really understood how it worked yet, so I created an account, mainly to stalk Michelle. I noticed she was on her phone a lot and acting distant, so I followed her. After a while, I saw she was having interactions with this one guy who lived in Illinois. I kept an eye on that. Meanwhile, I was tweeting random stuff myself, just trying to figure out the platform like everyone else. My relationship with my kids was complicated at the time. The boy was 6, the girl was 5. This was around the time my daughter was going through her angry phase. When I had her, she didn't want to listen to me. One time I tried to spank her and she kicked me. She looked at me like, "What the hell are you doing?" And I'm sitting there, just having come home from the longest, most stressful 15 months of my life. Michelle wasn't making things any easier either. The entire time I was home on leave, we didn't have sex once. We did fight, in classic fashion. One argument got loud. We were going back and forth about something, voices raised. Then she said something that hit me like a brick. "I wish you would have died over there." In my mind, everything flipped instantly. My first thought was, "Bitch, I almost did." I blacked out. I grabbed her and started choking her. Not in some dramatic movie-type way. I was really trying to kill her. Her youngest sister heard the commotion and came in and pulled me off Michelle. After that, I left and went to my grandma's house. Part of it was because I was tired of the cold at Michelle's mom's place, but really, I just needed to get away. Still, like we always did, somehow we ended up talking again after the fight. Michelle needed me. She told me her mom had said she couldn't stay at the house anymore. Michelle needed to find a place for her and the kids. Michelle knew I wasn't going to let the kids end up homeless. While I was in Iraq, I had managed to pay off the Camco judgment that was on my record from our eviction. So I started looking for an apartment on Craigslist. Eventually, I found one within walking distance of the intersection of Page and Union on the west side of St. Louis. But thinking back on it now, I might be mixing some of these events up. That happens sometimes. Michelle was heavy into gaming back then, and she had met this white woman online who also had kids, and they became friends. The reason I think I might have the timeline wrong is because I actually had 2 different leaves during that period, and some of these memories blur together. I had 2 different periods of leave around that time: redeployment leave and then PCS leave. So it's possible I'm blending or mixing up events from those 2 different trips home. Honestly, whether it happened during the first one or the second one doesn't really change the story. Michelle met some white woman through gaming. This woman lived in Lawton, Oklahoma. Good old Lawton, home to Fort Sill, home of the field artillery. Michelle and this woman came up with what they thought was a bright idea. The 2 of them would live together. So we took a road trip down to Lawton to check things out. Looking back, it feels like I packed a lot into those 2 weeks. We drove down to Lawton, looked at places to rent, and met the woman Michelle had been talking to online. While I was there, I even went to Fort Sill and met with a career counselor about re-enlisting and possibly getting stationed there. Saying it out loud now sounds pretty crazy. At the time, that was the idea floating around. After spending some time in Lawton, meeting the woman and checking out houses, we drove back to St. Louis. Around that time, I found an apartment for Michelle. I paid the deposit and the first month's rent to get her and the kids set up. Still, the entire time I was home on leave, Michelle and I never slept together. 2 weeks passed, and eventually I flew back to Germany. While I was on leave, I'm pretty sure I had made my points for promotion. So when I returned to the unit, that's when I got pinned E5. Moments like that are why I try not to get too stuck on tiny details when telling the story. Sometimes I start thinking too hard about timelines, like exactly when that picture was taken of us in formation with the 1,000-yard stare. I remember I had my E5 stripes on my Class A's. Obama was president, so his photo was up in the chain of command display. I'm light-skinned, so someone thought it would be funny to take a picture of me standing next to his portrait. After leave, things settled back into routine. We were doing PT, carrying out our daily tasks, but the unit itself was changing. Some guys were getting PCS orders and leaving, while new soldiers were arriving. Now that I was a sergeant, I had more responsibility. Putting on those stripes mentally made me feel like my confidence grew 2 inches overnight. I started getting more respect from the soldiers under me and from the ones above me. Normally, when someone gets promoted like that, they move you to a different battery. That way you're not suddenly giving orders to the same guys you were just partying with the week before. But they kept me where I was. That meant I had to shift from hanging out with my buddies to being the one telling them what to do, and sometimes disciplining them, making them do push-ups, run, or some other kind of smoking if they messed up. Another change was my schedule. I had to show up about 45 minutes to an hour before the soldiers so I could get the morning brief and then pass the information down to them for the day. I developed a taste for coffee. I had never really drunk coffee before, but once I started waking up even earlier, I figured why not. Leadership was changing too. We got a new sergeant first class, Sergeant Smith. One piece of advice he gave me stuck with me to this day. Don't take no for an answer. Take that however you want, but obviously don't apply it to anything sexual. Apply it to the other things you want in life. I was learning how to be a leader, and I definitely went through some growing pains. One of the new soldiers under me was a white kid named Dove. Looking back, I think I took out some of the frustrations I had experienced when I was a private out on him. He didn't take it very well. I pushed him hard enough that he ended up crying and complaining to Sergeant Wiles about me. After that, I was told to smooth things out a bit. Outside of work, life looked pretty much the same. I was still living in the barracks and still partying. I mostly hung out with Sergeant Will. It was back to the routine. Go to work, hit the clubs, get drunk, hook up with someone, go back to the barracks and play PlayStation. We had our regular spots, Club One and a couple places in nearby towns that had drink specials like one-for-one exchanges. One night, Sweets drove all the way from Ramstein to Vilsec to see me. It was about a 4-hour drive in the middle of the night. She made it onto the post easily because she had a military ID. We spent the night together, fucked all night, and grabbed some food from KKS in the morning before she drove back to Ramstein. Sweets was cool, a former dual military spouse. Her husband got killed in Iraq. When I wasn't out partying, I'd be in my room listening to new music. That's around the time I discovered this light-skinned dude named Drake. His music sounded so different to me. I think the first project of his I heard was So Far Gone. I remember messaging my cousin Dominique, asking if he'd heard of Drake yet. Back then, discovering music felt different. You actually had to find it. While I was in Iraq, my friend Solar had mailed me a burned CD labeled Whale. I remember putting it on and thinking, who is this? But the music was dope, so I started listening to him heavy. Around that same time, I came across another artist named Charles Hamilton. I think I first saw his picture in a hip-hop magazine. He was wearing pink headphones. His music blew my mind because he was sampling Sonic the Hedgehog sounds and themes in his tracks. He had a mixtape called Sonic Hamilton and another one called Well Isn't This Awkward, which was basically a love letter to Rihanna. Honestly, I liked Charles Hamilton more than Drake at the time, but I had a feeling Drake would last longer. Hamilton's music was so heavy on samples that I kept wondering how that was going to work commercially. Who was going to clear all those samples? Around that period, spending a lot of time alone in the barracks, I also ended up going down some strange corners of the internet. Late one night while scrolling through porn sites, curiosity got the better of me, and I clicked on something from the gay section just to see what it was. I watched it, finished, and afterward felt an intense wave of shame. Stronger than the shame I remembered feeling the first time I ever masturbated. It left me sitting there questioning myself. The gay shit was weird. It totally caught me off guard. And I was really questioning shit like, why did I like it? Why was I curious about it? And why was there so much shame? I acted like it never happened. What did happen was preparation for Warrior Leaders course, a month-long course that was held in Grafenwoer. But before I get into WLC, since I'm on the topic of Grafenwoer, I remember the first time I heard Yes 808s and Heartbreak. And just like in life, you're going to meet a lot of people or come across a lot of people. And it'll be for a moment or two or three. And then you will never come across that person again. You won't remember their name. You might remember their face. But I met this black dude and we were cool. He was a soldier as well, and we hung out a few times. We went out to the club, and we were in Grafenwoer. He might have been stationed at Grafenwoer, but he gave me a ride back to Vilsec. I was laying in the back seat. It was cold because it was cold outside. There was snow on the ground, and he was playing 808s and Heartbreak. And Say You Will was forever burned into my brain because of that moment. Back to WLC. I know why, but I can't exactly remember why they sent me to WLC. I don't know if it was because I extended. That might have been it. Or it might be because of another reason. And we'll get to that while I talk about WLC. Wiles taught me land nav because a lot of people failed land nav. My dad told me that he was not a first-time go at land nav. And so Wiles sat down with me. We bust out a map and a compass, and he taught me how to read that bitch. One of the top 5 lessons I ever got in the Army. There was a packing list. I got all that together. They checked my shit. I passed the PT test for WLC. Another NCO dropped me off at WLC. He was one of the new guys, one of the guys that got to our unit after we got back from Iraq. Or he might have got there before we left for Iraq and just ended up on Rear D. See how these things can blend together. Because I'm having memories of us doing guard duty at the ammo collection point. It was like one of those random guard duties we had to do that was 24 hours. But he dropped me off at WLC super early. WLC was what my recruiter described AIT as. Like feeling not like basic like how mine was, but a little bit more freedom. It was like if a bunch of NCOs or high-speed specialists went to AIT, but you're just learning how to be a leader. During WLC, it was the first time I worked directly with female soldiers. Having female medics in Iraq kind of counts, but not really. We got in-processed. Paperwork was all squared away. I got assigned to barracks. It's like an open bay. And it's all kinds of MOSS in there. It was a good blend of backgrounds and experiences. The day would go like this. Get up early for PT. They taught us how to lead PT properly. We do PT. We go to breakfast chow. And while we're in line, we have to do pull-ups and get back in line. We eat breakfast, then we would have class. Class all morning. Lunch chow. More class. Evening chow. Get ready for bed. Of course, there was fire guard throughout the night. Evening time was cool. It was very relaxing. We would do stuff like play poker. And most of us were from 2 SCR, so we would just talk about Iraq. The infantry guys would make jokes about my combat action badge because they were like, oh, women could get those too. Mind you, this was back before women were allowed in combat jobs. But the infantry guys were cool. There was one white guy that I got really cool with. He was from Texas. We would hang out after we graduated. And how we became cool is because I told a story about how I was drunk in the barracks and took a beer bottle and flung it across the yard, and it hit the infantry barracks across from our building. I was telling the story, and he was like, that was you. I was like, yeah, how you know? Because what was wild is after I did that, the soldier on duty at the front desk at the barracks was like, hey, yo, Sergeant, they're looking for you. Just go hide. Just go hide in the room. And so I did. But old dude was like, oh man, I was on duty at our barracks. And I was like, oh shit, my bad. But we were cool. WLC was cool. It was good to get away from the unit. I learned how much I didn't know about infantry tactics and movements, so we had to go over that. We had to go over leadership stuff. Had to know the NCO creed backwards and forwards. We took tests. We actually went through a movement exercise, and then we had a final field exercise. Before we even got to that exercise, we did land navigation. It was a self-correcting course. I passed that motherfucker the first time because I just wasn't trying to go through that bitch again. For our final field problem, we road marched out there. So we're in full kit. You got your flak vest, you're carrying your weapon, you got your helmet on, and you got your rucksack. One of the females in our platoon was getting her ass kicked by that hike. She got a blister on her foot, and she was crying about how much it hurt. My partner, Texas boy, carried her rucksack for the last few miles. And I was like, you are better than me, homie, because fuck that. This rucksack is heavy enough. We went through our final field problem. We did some tactical movements. We had a Polish soldier in my platoon. He was cool. It was a good experience. During that time, I found out that Uncle Sam fucked me again. I had extended for 2 years. I was supposed to get orders to Fort Riley because Sergeant Major was like, we'll hook you up. We'll get you to Fort Riley. Shout out to Sergeant Major Diamond. So I'm waiting for orders to Riley. The orders never came. The orders never came. I look on my ERB, and it said that my date to leave Germany was my date to get out of the army. And I was like, what the fuck? So I call up our equivalent of HR, and they were like, yeah, that happened because you still didn't have enough time to go to a new duty station. They said that if I wanted to leave Germany, I was going to have to re-enlist. And I was like, fuck. The only reason I really wanted to leave Germany was because of my kids and because I was trying to make that weird marriage of mine work. I just wanted to give it one more go. So I said, fuck it, I'll do it. One of the options for re-enlistment was a getting the duty station of my choice of options given. I was looking at either Fort Bliss in El Paso, Texas, or Fort Carson in Colorado Springs, Colorado. Damn, I didn't even mention the fact that while I was in Iraq, I was thinking about reclassing. I was going to try to reclassify to 25-something, something in IT, because I liked computers. My credit was janky, and I couldn't get a security clearance at the time. I finally got the clearance when I got back to Germany. I had to explain my fucked up credit. I think I was just tired. I wanted something different. I was tired of artillery because the only thing I felt like I experienced was getting rained on. So I figured I'd get a bonus and change duty station. If I was going to another duty station, that motherfucker had to be mechanized. I didn't want to get rained on anymore. I wanted to be inside the Paladin. I wanted to be warm. I wanted to be able to close a hatch when the rain came down. So the options were Carson or Bliss. I talked to one of my instructors at WLC, and he said, "You don't want to go to Bliss. It's just like being in Iraq again." I was like, oh, hell no. So I graduated from WLC. We had a whole ceremony. It was dope. I went back to work. I talked to the career counselor and said I'd go ahead and re-up. I re-enlisted for 4 years. I got a $5,000 bonus, which was taxed. And I chose Fort Carson for my next duty station. Like with most of my other bonuses, I couldn't tell you exactly what I did with that money. Actually, I take that back. I put a down payment on a car. Since I knew I was going back to the States, I went to the dealership on post, the legit one, not the scammy ones. We set it up so I would order a Ford Fusion, and it would be shipped from Mexico to me once I got back to the States. Bonus time was always nice for me. I reported to the regular Army in February of 2006, and that's when I would get my bonus. So I'd get my tax money, usually around $8,000, and then maybe another $2,000 from the rest of my bonus afterward. So I was out there feeling like I was balling out of control, doing stupid shit. Speaking of stupid shit, I started seeing the effects of Iraq in the barracks. One of my battles, Toledo, he was native and fit the stereotype. Dude would be drinking heavily. I'd see guys doing duster, but we never talked about what the fuck we went through. We'd tell stories around the new guys, but that would be it. W were rock stars to them, just like when I got to my first unit at Lewis. The guys coming back from Iraq were rock stars to me, and I felt like one, especially after I got my stripes. I felt like the man. I felt like the shit. It was still the same routine. Go to the club, get drunk, hook up with somebody, see how many bodies you could rack up, catch feelings sometimes. Me and Steffi were still cool. One time we went to the bowling alley. This was before Rome and Scylla left for Fort Hood. Scylla had a friend named Renati. She was a black chick from Washington State, either Tacoma or Seattle. She had lived there for a while. She was married to Elliot, the asshole staff sergeant who had been supervising us when we were getting our stuff inspected to ship our connexes back from Iraq to Germany. Scylla introduced us. Renate was brown-skinned, pretty, with a fat ass and small titties. Right up my alley. I was instantly hooked. One day at work, Rome told me Renate was going to be at their house and they were having a little going away, get together. So I went over there. The chemistry was instant. She loved rap. She loved Jay-Z. We talked about that for a while. She gave me a ride back to the barracks. Her and her husband were separated because he was cheating. They had a son together. When she dropped me off at the barracks, I tried to kiss her and she was like, "I don't know where your mouth has been. I heard about you." Yeah, she knew I had eaten out her friend Brooke. We exchanged numbers and stayed in touch. She liked to play the slot machines on post, so sometimes we'd meet up there and just hang out. One night I got lucky. She hit me up and said her and her homegirls were at Checkpoint in Graf. She told me to come out there. I didn't know if I was going to go, but there was a possible opportunity to get some pussy. So I ran over to staff duty. Sexton was on duty. I asked if I could borrow his vehicle and told him what the deal was. He said, "Yeah, just make sure you're back by a certain time." So I borrowed the vehicle and drove out to Checkpoint. Then Renate called and said they had already left and she was back on post at home. She gave me her address. So I turned around and drove back onto post and went to her place. Her husband was living in the barracks because of their separation. The same barracks as the cooks that had beat my ass earlier. I got to her place. She was tipsy. We fucked, and my God, that pussy felt so good. I was sprung. That pretty much started an 8-year situation. We would see each other when we could. I think we fucked maybe one more time. But she was still married, and eventually her husband got orders to go back to Fort Lewis. When she left with him, it kind of fucked me up. She had a family she was trying to save. From the time I got my PCS orders up until it was time for me to leave Germany, it was pretty much party and bullshit. One time I went out to Regensburg with Wiles, and that motherfucker almost killed my ass. He was driving, and he was under the influence. He hit a curb, and I was like, "Damn, motherfucker. Are we gonna make it?" Then there was another time that I went to the one in Nuremberg with Gyamfi. We linked up with the German chick that I had messed with when I first got to Germany. We had been fucking around for a little while back when I first got there. She had her friend with her, so we hung out at the club and then went back to her friend's place. I smashed old girl while Gyamfi was fucking the homegirl. We dipped out early. The next day the girl hit me up and said, "Your friend was fucking my friend in the ass." I think if I didn't have kids in the States, I probably wouldn't have tried to go back. But the vibe of the unit was different by then. The guys I came in with were leaving, and new soldiers were coming in. They were preparing for another deployment, and the next one for them would be Afghanistan. Fire Squadron had just gotten the new M777 howitzers. I got to look at them, but I didn't get to train on them or shoot them. I just got to see them. Then it was time for me to out-process and start looking toward the next phase of my Army career. I had signed my contract, 4 years, Fort Carson, a $5,000 bonus that got taxed. So I left with about 3. I put a down payment on a car, a black Ford Fusion, base model. One of my white battles from FDC, a guy from North Carolina, told me he would take me to the airport. I cleared everything out of my room. I had already cleared post and sent everything with the movers.
Yep.
It was bittersweet leaving those barracks because I had so much fun there. So many good times. But it was time to move on. I said goodbye to my Texas partner from WLC. We had hung out a few times in his barracks, drinking Captain Morgan and listening to Leonard Sky Nerd. I said my farewells to everybody else in the barracks. My battery gave me a plaque. I got my awards. It was time to go. I went over to my homie's place on post, and we had a barbecue. Another homie, Barker, cooked me some chicken. He told me he wouldn't cook me chicken again until we met up again. We drank a few beers and talked about Iraq. Then I went to bed. I had an early flight. My partner drove me to the airport in Nuremberg. I checked in. It was time to board. I stepped on the plane. Epilogue. I'm finally done with this bitch. It took me about 2 years to write it. Yeah, about 2 years. I need to go back and look at when I put out Red Leg 2, because that'll give me a better time frame. But I know I was actively writing Red Leg 3 in 2024 and all of 2025. Once I started seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, I knew I wanted this book to be written and done no later than the first quarter of 2026. A lot of stuff has happened over the course of writing this book. I retired from stand-up comedy. I made the transition into music. I moved to Puerto Vallarta, Mexico. I got married. Does anything else stand out? There's also a war with Iran going on. During my cross-country road trip, I spent time with Scylla. I know I talk about her in Red Leg Volume 1. No, I don't talk about her in Red Leg Volume 1. She comes into the picture in Red Leg Volume 2. See, there I go, blending two different stories. It's just crazy because it has taken me about 8 years to write 3 books. I feel like an artist in the 90s who used to put albums out every 2 to 3 years. I started writing Red Leg 1, I want to say, in 2018. I was definitely about midway through grad school when I started the Red Leg podcast, and my brother told me that I should turn it into a book because the podcast was holding his attention. And if you can hold the attention of anybody with ADD or ADHD, you've got a piece of gold on your hands. I'm bringing up Scylla because during my cross-country road trip, I originally planned to go from Atlanta, have a brief stop in Louisville, Kentucky, then stay in St. Louis for a few days to see my grandma. After that, I was going to Kansas City, Missouri, just to hang out with my brother for a few days. Then I planned to stop in Colorado Springs, Colorado. That was my last duty station before I got out of the Army. And that's going to be the major player in Red Leg Volume 4. In Red Leg Volumes 2 and 3, you get to experience the first half of my Army enlistment. Red Leg 4 is going to be the second half. While I was in Colorado Springs, I linked up with Coop. Then I linked up with my gunner turned number 1 man, Rob, or Robinson. I don't want to mix it up because if you read the books, you might think Rob was my old chief. But Robinson, wow, what a coincidence with the names. He was my number 1 man, and then my gunner, when I was a section chief at Fort Carson. I know I'm giving some of the plot of Red Leg Volume 4 away, but hey, there you go. And then I also linked up with an old fling. I was way too toxic when we were together for her to give me some pussy while I was in the Springs, but it is what it is. From Colorado Springs, I had the choice of either going up to Salt Lake City, Utah, or Albuquerque, New Mexico. I was talking to my brother, and he was like, Utah might be a little too white for you, homie. So I was like, all right, let me go to Albuquerque. I got there and didn't even know Scylla was going to be there. I thought she was in Phoenix, Arizona. I think I put something on Snapchat, and she hit me up like, oh, you're in Albuquerque? I'm going to be in Albuquerque to meet up with my cousin. So I was like, cool. We linked up, and it was good to see her. I hadn't seen her in the physical in years. The meetup was funny because back in 2021, when I was living in Houston, Rome came through, and we hung out for a little while. His current wife looks just like Scylla. I was like, damn. So fast forward to 2024, linking up with Scylla again. She was dealing with a lot, diagnosed with schizophrenia, messing around with coke, and she had a gun charge. She ended up shooting some dude she was messing with. I don't know if schizophrenia played a role in that, but either way, we hung out. Scylla made music too, and I was like, oh shit, I've been getting heavy into production. She played me the music she made with her son, and all these light bulbs started going off in my head. I'm like, damn, we could really make something happen. The music was good, so I hung out with her and her cousin. They were doing coke and offered me some. I was like, no, I'm good. The most I was doing on that road trip was weed from the dispensary. When it was time to go, she came back to my Airbnb to use the bathroom before heading down to Las Cruces, New Mexico. I thought about making a move, but it didn't feel right, so I let it play out. She went down to Las Cruces, staying at an Airbnb her mom owned. Her life was kind of in shambles. Gun charge, possibly facing a felony, bouncing from place to place. My original plan was to go from Albuquerque to Vegas, and I had already booked the Airbnb. But I switched things up, pushed the date back, and went down to Las Cruces after she invited me. I think we ended up spending Thanksgiving together. We were hanging out, and I was like, this road trip is a once-in-a-lifetime experience. It's like a literal movie, and I've been playing it safe. I had already ended my weed sobriety in Colorado Springs, so I was like, let me see where this goes. I asked her if she wanted to do some coke, and fuck, and we did. I taped it. It's still on the phone I'm talking to now. But I was seeing glimpses of her paranoia during that experience. We spent a couple days together. She was trying to figure out her next move, calling some dude to try to secure a place to stay, telling him she'd go to church and all that just to get in. I remember thinking, damn, if she didn't have that felony situation, we could really do something. Maybe even come to Mexico with me. Pipe dreams. From Las Cruces, I went to Vegas. Actually, I'm mixing it up. I spent Thanksgiving in Vegas. Vegas wasn't really my thing. I don't gamble, and the Bunny Ranch prices were out of my range. I stayed a few days, then went to Victorville to see a cousin. Victorville will show up in Red Leg Volume 4 because of NTC. From Victorville, I went to LA and stayed about a month. I linked up with Ashley, this big titty tourist chick I knew from online. We had kept an online connection going and exchanged nudes at one point. In LA, I made a lot of art and music. Even back in Las Cruces, I made a beat that my partner ended up using for our first EP. Me and Ashley fucked a few times, and I caught feelings. I started thinking about staying in LA, making the comedy and music thing work. LA felt like GTA in real life. But I realized it wasn't going to work. She had her life established, no kids, not married, and I was just on some pipe dream shit trying to finesse a situation. I knew if I didn't go to Mexico, it wasn't going to work. Same feeling I had in Atlanta. It wasn't the destination, just a stop. So I left LA before the wildfires doubled back, went to Joshua Tree, did shrooms, and spent New Year's Eve there. On New Year's Day, I drove to Phoenix to prepare to cross the border at Nogales. In Phoenix, Scylla was there again, and so was my homegirl, Yuzan, also known as Tatted Up X on IG. She was dating a coach from the Phoenix Mercury. I linked up with her because I wanted a tattoo. She had tattooed me before in Hawaii. She gave me the Harry Potter scar on my forehead and the number 5 tally mark under my right eye. We had a good talk. She told me she was thinking about leaving her girlfriend, who was too consumed with being a WNBA coach. She mentioned she had sickle cell and needed to stay somewhere warm. I helped her pack her stuff and Yuzan left. I didn't know that would be the last time I'd ever see her. That same night, I saw Scylla again. We were at a house. Her son, granddaughter, and some other people were there. We were outside talking and smoking. It was chilly. I went to grab my hoodie but couldn't find it. I told her I had to leave early the next morning to cross the border. We hugged, and I left. The next day, I crossed into Mexico. The road trip from Nogales to Puerto Vallarta was beautiful but intense. I got pulled over by Mexican police between San Carlos and Los Mochis. They thought I had weed. More cops showed up, talking about taking me back to town. I refused. I knew I'd be okay, because I noticed one of the cops had 511 gear. I told them some wild shit through the translator, said I was on a mission from God and had information that could make them money. They laughed. That broke the tension. Eventually, they asked what I was willing to do, and I paid them around 1,500 pesos. After that, I was paranoid the rest of the trip. I got pulled over again, but this time I turned on my dash cam and they waved me through. I kept going, low on money, dealing with tolls, finally making it to Puerto Vallarta. I had a breakdown before arriving. Got on my knees, crying, asking God for help. Some guy nearby was looking at me crazy, but I didn't care. My first Airbnb didn't allow pets, so I couldn't stay comfortably with my dog. I'd go inside to use the internet, then back to the car to be with her. Eventually, I canceled and found another place that allowed pets. I was low on money, miscalculated expenses, but the people there worked with me. It felt like the Garden of Eden. In February, Scylla hit me up trying to FaceTime. I missed it. I said I'd call her the next day, but she didn't answer. The following day, her mom texted me from her phone and said Scylla killed herself. That was the day she tried to FaceTime me. I was in shock. I cried. Later, her mom told me she shot herself on FaceTime in front of her son. Rest in peace, Priscilla Romero. Then in March, I saw posts about Yuzan. She had passed away from complications of sickle cell. Rest in peace to her too. All of this happened during the writing process. It was an intense book to write. I pushed through with what I remembered. Didn't rely much on others for details. I just kept going. As I finish Red Leg 3, I'm already thinking about how I want to approach Red Leg 4. It's going to be totally different from the first 3. I learned a lot about my writing process, dictation, using 11 Labs, cleaning it up with ChatGPT, blending styles. After the series is done, I need to do the audiobook for Red Leg 3. Probably just run it through 11 Labs and put it on YouTube. Then comes turning the books into movie scripts. I might use AI for that too, maybe even create the movie with AI first before pitching it. I've thought about making a comic book version too. There's a lot of directions this can go, but first I just need to finish. I've been living with this story for 8 years. I'm ready to be done writing about that part of my journey. Oh yeah, I watched The L Word when I was at Warhorse.